Honourable members, I'm sorry.
Announcement.
Honourable members, I have an announcement this morning. At the sitting of Tuesday last, I informed the House that I was awaiting a correspondence from Honourable Paul Béranger, Honourable Chetan Babulal and Honourable Joanna Béranger prior to effecting any changes in their seating arrangements within the Chamber. I am now in presence of a letter dated 13th April from these honourable members informing me of their resignation from the MMM and of their wish to sit as an opposition group in the National Assembly. In the exercise of the powers vested in me under Standing Order 6 of the Standing Orders and Rules of the National Assembly, I have accordingly allocated seats to these members to sit on my left, on the second rank behind the Leader of the Opposition and the Opposition Whip, as you can see. At the same time, honourable members, I've taken the opportunity to make some adjustments to the seating arrangements on the government side to ensure that no seat remains unoccupied except for that reserved for the Deputy Prime Minister. Honourable Jaman has been reassigned to the seat formerly occupied by Honourable Babulal, as I cannot see him when the Honourable Leader of the Opposition is on his feet. And I'm glad that he's smiling. I have also made certain adjustments to the seating of Honourable Junior Ministers by moving them further right, including Honourable Damri, who doesn't seem to be here right now, but we will have, after Madame Foukoun Bacha, we will have Honourable David, and then we will have Honourable Damri next to the Minister. I don't see why we should separate you. Seats have been temporarily allocated to Honourable Lucky Ram and Honourable Ramdas, alongside Honourable Junior Minister Le Govin, having regard to concerns that they have raised several times in relation to the air conditioning system. I thank you for your attention, and for those who are listening to me, maybe in the House or outside, happy Varusha Pirapu. Thank you.
Papers have been laid. Questions?
Yes, Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I've given notice of the following private notice question addressed to the Honourable Minister of Gender, Equality and Family Welfare. Whether, in regard to the protection of women, she will state A, the number of women killed and assaulted, respectively, in circumstances linked to domestic or intimate partner violence since January 2025 to date, indicating the number thereof, if any, having previously reported case of threats, harassment or violence to the authorities, which are still under investigation, and B, where matters stand regarding the implementation of the measures government committed itself to take to reconstruct the family strength and create happy, supportive families as the foundations of a healthy, stable and sustainable society in line with paragraph 47 of the government program 2025-2029. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, I thank the Honourable Leader of the Opposition for his question and for raising an issue of such critical national importance. At the outset, I wish to underline that the protection of women against all forms of violence, including domestic and intimate partner violence, remains high on the agenda of this government. This is a matter which not only concerns public safety, but also the dignity, rights, and well-being of our citizens, as well as the stability of our families and society. With regard to part A of the question, I am informed that for the period January 2025 to date, 10 cases of women killed and 6,478 cases of assault in circumstances linked to domestic or intimate partner violence have been recorded. Out of the 10 cases of women killed, 7 victims had previously reported incidents of threats, harassment, or violence to the authorities, which are still under investigation. Madam Speaker, Government has agreed to repeal the existing Protection from Domestic Violence Act and introduce a new domestic abuse bill, which would A, broaden definitions to include other relationships, such as intimate partners not living under the same roof. B, introduce a mandatory reporting clause whereby professionals suspecting acts of domestic abuse would have the mandatory obligation to report the matter. C, define the different forms of abuse, including physical, financial, sexual, and psychological abuse. D, introduce a protection notice to be issued by the police for cases reported during the night or weekend to protect the victim from further acts of domestic violence pending the issue of a protection order. E, empower enforcement officers to make application for orders on behalf of victims who are unable to do so. F, facilitate access to police officers into the place of residence and accompany the victim inside to take his or her belongings. G, make a statement on the case in any police station, irrespective of where the incident of violence occurred. And H, provide for mandatory counseling and rehabilitation program for perpetrators. Madam Speaker, this legislation introduces 4 major innovations. First, an expanded and modernized definition of domestic violence. We now recognize all forms of intimate relationships, including non-cohabiting partners and modern family configurations, such as step-parents. We precisely define the 4 forms of violence: physical, sexual, psychological, and financial. Consequently, a woman whose spouse controls all her income is a victim in exactly the same way as a woman who is physically assaulted. Second, mandatory reporting for any professional who suspects acts of violence. This measure aims to break the silence surrounding abuse and to swiftly direct victims towards protection. Doctors, teachers, and social workers will now have a legal obligation to report, thus creating a chain of vigilance around victims. Third, streamlined access to justice through accelerated procedures and emergency protective measures. A victim in danger should not have to wait weeks to obtain a protection order. Fourth, mandatory rehabilitation programs for perpetrators of violence focused on preventing reoffending. We are not naive. The safety of victims remains our absolute priority. But we know that rehabilitation work can prevent violence from recurring. This reform, Madam Speaker, marks a paradigm shift. We are moving from a purely punitive approach to a comprehensive strategy that protects, prevents, and holds people accountable. The message is clear, Madam Speaker. Domestic violence is not a private matter. It is a crime. It will no longer be tolerated. It will no longer be minimized. It will no longer be ignored. With a domestic abuse bill, we are finally giving ourselves the legal tools equal to this ambition. Consequential amendments will be brought to the criminal code regarding cases of femicides. Madam Speaker, the National Human Rights Commission Annual Report 2025, Femicide, presents femicides as a human rights crisis in Mauritius, not as isolated murders. It is described as the fatal endpoint of escalating gender-based violence, usually preceded by coercive control, psychological abuse, threats, isolation, and repeated violence. Madam Speaker, in regard to Part B, in view of promoting family well-being and addressing gender-based violence, GBV, my ministry is implementing a series of awareness campaigns through social welfare centers and community centers. In 2025, last year, 119 campaigns were conducted, whereby 4,450 people were reached, out of which 3,309 were women and 1,141 were men. My ministry, in collaboration with the United Nations Population Fund, conducted a 5-day multi-sectoral training of trainers and coordination on the survivor-centered GBV response was organized with the participation of representatives from various sectors. The training was facilitated by 2 trainers from UNFPA and UNODC, respectively. The aim of this training was to deepen participants' understanding of legal, psychosocial, and health implications of GBV, while also mastering sector-specific standard operating procedures. 50 representatives from different organizations participated in the training program. 35 police officers and 20 senior officers were trained. The purpose of the training was to enhance their response to domestic violence, empower the officers to better conduct risk assessment associated with domestic violence, enhance victim support, and guide officers regarding training to be conducted in police training school. In the face of rising reports, our action is built around several priority areas. The first is the strengthening of prevention through more targeted and intensified awareness campaigns in schools, communities, and the media. The second is early detection. Our frontline workers have been trained to recognize the early warning signs of abuse. Teachers, social workers, police officers are all on the front line, ready to raise the alarm as soon as a suspicious situation is identified. We are also intensifying our interinstitutional coordination between the Family Support Services, the FSS, the Brigade for the Protection of the Family, social services, and NGOs to ensure faster and more effective support for victims. Over the past year, the Family Department of my ministry has also put in place a family support program, the Parental Strength Circle project, which is working very well, Madam Speaker. It consists of parenting sessions aimed at preventing at-risk situations before they escalate. Finally, we are counting on greater community involvement, particularly through community child watch structures to facilitate reporting and strengthen vigilance at the local level. I thank you.
Thank you. Yes, your first supplementary. Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The situation is very critical, Madam Speaker. Let me come to the first supplementary question. The Honourable Minister replied extensively on the Domestic Abuse Bill. May I remind the Honourable Minister, when she intervened during
No
budget
question.
time... Yeah, I'll come to the
Question.
question.
No, no,
This
no.
is what she said.
No
Un
question.
projet de loi dans ce sens est en préparation afin de renforcer les protections juridiques à Maurice en élargissant les définitions de l'abus et des relations et en renforçant les mesures de protection en outre. It's almost a year ago, Madam
Please
Speaker.
ask a question.
Yeah, what we want to know today, Madam Speaker, when will this bill be introduced in this
a
House?
question. That's a good question. Minister.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Effectivement, il y a le Domestic Abuse Bill qui est en préparation. Nous avons déjà un draft bill sur ce projet de loi, bien sûr. Nous sommes en train de valider le projet de loi. Nous avons organisé un workshop qui a regroupé plusieurs ONG et les membres du State Law Office, le personnel du State Law Office. Mes officiers ont également eu un atelier de travail, justement, oui, avec le Parliamentary Gender Caucus que vous présidez vous-même. Nous allons, troisièmement, organiser un workshop destiné à la Law Society et le Bar Council et les survivantes. Je suis confiante, moi, que ce projet de loi va venir très très vite devant cette Chambre.
Donnez-nous une indication. Donnez-nous une indication, Madame la Ministre.
Alors, selon mes informations, ce sera dans un mois.
Très bien. Next question. Don't make a statement. Question.
Yes. Madam Speaker, the Honourable Minister made reference to victims of domestic abuse, referring to cases where women lost their lives. Can the Honourable Minister inform if risk assessments were conducted in each case, and if not, why not?
Yes, Minister.
Madame la Présidente, nous avons à travers l'île Maurice 12 Family Support Officers, services, et ces FSS offrent toute une panoplie de services aux victimes de violences domestiques, à savoir counseling, mediation, legal service et support psychologique. Si c'est nécessaire, de temps en temps, on fait des risk assessments, dépendant de la disponibilité des officiers et dépendant également de la demande de la victime.
Next question.
Vous êtes en train de noyer le poisson, Madame la Présidente.
Non, non, ça c'est vous qui le dites. Allez,
Yeah,
question.
but my question was specific. Now, with regard to women who lost their lives, can the Honourable Minister inform the House how many were under protection orders?
Donc, sept personnes ont eu recours au protection order. Madame la Présidente, je dois vous dire une chose. Il y a des victimes qui ont recours à nos services. Donc, nous les conseillons, nous leur offrons les services disponibles, nous leur expliquons quels sont les services qui sont proposés par le ministère. Certains viennent de l'avant pour faire une application de protection order. Et ils ont leur protection order, les victimes ont leur protection order, mais malheureusement, très souvent, they withdraw their protection order, and we cannot do anything for them. This is sad, but it is like that. We cannot force anyone to keep his protection order. Ça, c'est un drame, Madame la Présidente. Nous, les officiers, nous encourageons les victimes à venir de l'avant pour faire une application pour le protection order, mais malheureusement, très souvent, dans plusieurs cas, les protection orders sont withdrawn by the victims.
Next question.
Yes, let me come to a specific case, Madam Speaker, and I want a straight reply. With regard to late Mrs. YB, who lost her life, can the Honourable Minister inform the House, first, whether she had a protection order, whether she spent 24 days in a shelter as a temporary measure, and will the Honourable Minister agree that in that case, her ministry failed to follow up closely?
La victime YB, vous voulez dire celle dont on n'a pas retrouvé, la personne qu'on n'a pas retrouvée? Parce que vous me donnez des initiales, je ne pourrais pas savoir.
Donnez une indication.
To give
Donnez
the
une
name.
indication.
But as a minister, she must know, Madam Speaker.
Mais vous-même, vous savez. Vous-même, vous avez dit.
It's Mrs. Yogeshwari Bhajan, 37 years old.
Yeah.
Yes, Minister.
Oui, ce cas a été rapporté au ministère, effectivement. Alors, the case of Mrs. YB of Fond-du-Sac is known to our services. She first came to our services in June 2025. She was, during the visit, she reported verbal, emotional, and physical abuse by her partner, Mr. PR. She also informed that they have been cohabiting together since past 10 years and have 2 children. She had applied for a protection order on 21st August 2025, and however, on 25th September 2025, she decided to withdraw the case as she was then residing at the residence of her father.
Your next question. I have 2 supplementary waiting. I'm just informing you.
Okay, thank you. With regard to pending cases of assaults, Madam Speaker, may we know from the Honourable Minister if all of his victims currently benefit from a protection order?
You mean the 4,000? The 7?
Cases of assault that you mentioned.
Yes, I don't have this information. Yeah. Give me quelques secondes. May I table? Can you repeat the question, Mr. Honourable Leader of the Opposition?
Yes, of course, Honourable Speaker. With regard to pending cases of assault, may we know from you if all of these victims currently benefit from a protection order?
Which pending cases? The ones that she mentioned, okay? Because there are many, probably. Yes.
Madam Speaker, I have before me reported cases of domestic violence by type. Type of violence, emotional violence, physical violence, psychological violence, economic violence, sexual violence, verbal abuse. And this is a...
No. The question, Minister,
Yes.
may I help you?
Yeah.
The question was about the cases of assault, which you apparently, I can't remember, mentioned. You mentioned cases of assault.
No. According to information, not all cases of assaults have a protection order.
Yes, it depends if they ask.
Let me come to the government programme.
Yes.
And let me refer to paragraph 47. This was a pledge government made. Government will encourage family interactions, mutual support, while offering more job opportunities, namely through free internet to bridge the digital divide and fostering the development of every family member. May we know from the Honourable Minister why up to now, Madam Speaker, this measure has not been implemented?
Madam Speaker, there is already free internet for people who are on the social register.
Then why did you mention it in your government?
Don't speak from a sitting position.
So people have to come forward to benefit from this facility, Madam Speaker.
Yes.
Madam
Of
Speaker.
course. Tout le monde sait ça. Il faut demander. I don't want to say
About the bush
I don't want to say
in a
more.
reply, Madam Speaker. Everybody knows that. Madam Speaker, you will agree that the situation is alarming. Therefore, can the Honourable Minister inform the House what strategies are being worked out at the level of her ministry to end femicide in Mauritius? And will the Honourable Minister on this case commit to a timeline?
Madam Speaker, I've already answered to that question. I've already answered that we have a bill which is in preparation, and we have also awareness campaigns going through community centers and other community-based organizations.
Okay. Yes? Then there's your friend, and then there's the Chief Whip.
The Honourable Minister, with regard to family support service officers, replied lengthily. Can the Honourable Minister confirm to the House whether those officers are adequately equipped?
Madame la Présidente, people are never very well equipped. There is always room for improvement. They are making their best to help whatever victim come along to the office. So they have been trained, they have equipment, but nothing is sufficient. There is always room for improvement.
Yes, next question. Your last question, and
Let me
then...
put a question where there is a lot of room for improvement, Madam Speaker. May I ask the Honourable Minister whether she is aware that certain family support service officers, comprising of some 10 officers, have only one telephone, one printer, and no air conditioner units, and very often, what I understand, affidavit for protection orders have to be printed in the court office because they do not have those facilities, Mr. Speaker.
Madam Speaker, this is what has been left to us from the previous government. Over and above this equipment, which the Honourable Leader of Opposition is referred to, we have also...
Honourable Mohammed, let me listen to the Minister.
The Ministry has also a hotline which is operational 24/7, the 113. Any victim who has, any person who is a victim of domestic violence, 113 is for children, 139 for domestic violence, 139 and 119. Anyone who feels she or he is a victim of domestic violence can call these hotlines.
Yes. Honourable Duval.
Thank you. Can I ask the Honourable Minister, is the Minister aware that internationally, according to the United Nations, 25% of cases of feminicide reveals that there have been prior reports to the police? That is the international average. In Mauritius, 70% had protection orders in place. Not talking of prior reports, protection orders, and yet they have been killed. These figures are getting worse and worse.
Question.
Does the Minister not agree that it shows a systemic failure by the police and her ministry in protecting persons from feminicide? Figures are 3 times what they should be internationally.
Madam Speaker, I agree that one case of femicide is too many. But we have the resources, we have the commitment to tackle the problem, and that is what the government is doing.
Chief Whip.
Je vous remercie, Madame la Présidente.
J'écoute la Chief Whip, s'il vous plaît.
Je vous remercie, Madame la Présidente. In view of the importance of a bill which requires wide consultation, W-I-D-E, wide consultation, not wide, is the Minister envisaging circulating a draft thereof in the media so as to obtain maximum recommendations? Thank you.
Very clear question, Minister.
Yes, thank you, Madam Whip. We need to have cabinet approval before circulating the bill.
No. You said you had one more? Yes. I have to come back. He has one more.
Madam Speaker,
Il me reste quelques minutes.
under the previous government, the Honourable Prime Minister used to chair a high-level committee on elimination of gender-based violence. Can the Honourable Minister confirm if this is still on the agenda of the present government? To show the level of importance of the
It was chaired by the previous Prime Minister. You're talking of the...
You have the answer. It has been chaired previously.
Okay, 1-1, and then we finish. 1-1.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, may I ask the Honourable Minister, with regards to protection orders, the 2024 figures, according to Statistics Mauritius, show that out of 398 protection orders, only one case was given an occupancy order, occupation order. Therefore, does the Minister find it normal that the ratio of protection order to occupancy order granted is so drastically low?
One moment, Minister.
And, yes?
This doesn't concern the ministry.
And
Gives the...
it doesn't matter, it is under her watch. And what does she propose to do urgently to ensure that the 398 cases does not translate in only one occupancy order?
Madam Speaker,
I can't hear.
Madam Speaker, the honourable member knows quite well that this concerns the court, the magistrates, the judiciary. But we are proposing improvements to the law, and we are coming very soon to that.
Okay. No, I had one more here. And then I...
Je vous remercie, Madame la Présidente. La ministre peut-elle indiquer à la Chambre si les psychologues et les officiers de son ministère sont réellement formés et spécialisés dans la prise en charge thérapeutique des agresseurs? Merci.
D'après leur qualification, oui.
Ouais, bon. Mr. Michu, yes, and then you. Last two questions.
Madam Speaker, I would like to ask the Honourable Minister what will be done to safeguard, to ensure the security of those gender-based violent victims who withdraw their protection orders, and we see that despite that, they are still very vulnerable. Thank you.
Yes.
Madame la Présidente, le projet de loi qui va venir dans le prochain projet de loi, ça va être moins difficile to withdraw protection order. Ce sera moins
Facile.
plus difficile. Ce sera plus difficile de withdraw protection order.
Bon, allez, je ne fais pas de commentaire.
Merci, Madame la
Je brûle,
Présidente.
mais je ne fais pas.
Can the Honourable Minister inform if situation to welcome and support victims at the level of police station have improved? Thank you.
Madame la Présidente, je peux vous assurer que le Premier ministre, le Prime Minister's Office, a déjà donné des directives au commissaire de police pour que le staff au niveau des postes de la police, de police, soit renforcé pour mieux protéger les victimes.
Merci, time is up. Thank you, everybody. Now, questions. you, Honourable Prime Minister. Yes, my dear Mr. German.
Thank you, Madam. Question B, 318, please.
Madam Speaker, immediately upon receipt of the Director of Audit report for the financial year 2024-2025, the Minister of Finance has carried out a comprehensive review of the issues raised in the report. With regard to Part A of the question, the Minister of Finance has, on the 20th of March 2026, issued a circular to supervising officers and accounting officers urging them to take appropriate measures to effectively address the issues raised and implement the recommendations set out in the report and which are justified. More specifically, ministries and departments will have to take immediate and appropriate actions to determine the root causes of these issues, examine why they were not adequately addressed and the recommendations were not implemented, implement corrective measures without delay, and designate a responsible officer to oversee and monitor the implementation of these measures. Madam Speaker, the Ministry of Finance has issued another circular on the 27th of March 2026 to call upon supervising officers and accounting officers to exercise greater oversight over the statutory bodies under their responsibility, with a view to addressing again the issues raised in the Director of Audit's report. Supervising officers should ensure that these statutory bodies operate in accordance with national policies, comply with applicable regulatory and financial requirements, and deliver public services efficiently and effectively. Madam Speaker, allow me to cite one example from the 24-25 report of the Director of Audit with regard to the Mauritius prison service. A contract for the installation of CCTV cameras at Beaubassin Prison was awarded for an amount of 13.3 million rupees. This contract was awarded to Contra Plus Limited, whose CEO is one Mr. Ashley Itu, former MSM Member of Parliament. This contractor stopped responding to any request from the Mauritius Prison Service. As per the audit report, no legal advice has been sought regarding this non-compliance. This is a clear case of negligence by design, and this matter will be dealt with shortly. Government will not allow such situations to persist. This government intends to take decisive and forward-looking measures to address the shortcomings highlighted in the audit report in a durable and meaningful manner, and ensuring lasting impact of tangible improvements. Madam Speaker, we have seen over the years the same thing keeps happening. It cannot be business as usual. Government has decided to set up a National Accountability Enforcement Authority. This institution will examine findings and recommendations arising from the reports of the entities, including Public Account Committee, the National Audit Office, the Director of Audit Committee, the Internal Audit and Office of Public Sector Governance. Our aim is to put in place a powerful system to reduce unjustified and irresponsible behavior as well as waste of resources in the public sector. It will also investigate departures from legislations, regulations, procedures, and best practices by institutions and public service of public officers referred by the Prime Minister's office. Following the tampering of the figures in the budget by the previous government, Government has requested for technical assistance from the IMF for preparing and implementing the Fiscal Responsibility Act. The National Accountability Enforcement Authority will be given the mandate to ensure compliance with the forthcoming Fiscal Responsibility Act, including an assessment of the macroeconomic assumptions. Relevant legislations will therefore be amended so that following the submission of the report of the National Audit Service, the Director of Audit submits an additional report focusing on the most important findings and recommendations. This will make it easier to impose sanctions where necessary. Abusive practices and waste of public resources should not become recurrent and chronic. In addition, copies of all qualified audit reports of government-owned companies and statutory bodies will be submitted to the National Accountability Enforcement Authority for investigation and remedial actions. The National Accountability Enforcement Authority will be headed by a Director General and will be conferred sufficient powers to convene heads of public institutions, obtain relevant information in view of investigation and application of administrative sanctions. Furthermore, as announced in the Government Programme 2025-2029, to foster greater transparency and accountability, the mandate of the Public Accounts Committee will be broadened. I will come up with the proposals for consideration by the House. With regard to Part B of the question, the introduction of performance-based budgeting has provided government with a powerful tool to improve efficiency and effectiveness in the use of public funds. The PBB sets out key performance indicators which ministries and departments have to achieve. This is compelling ministries and departments to review their processes, eliminate wasteful and suboptimal practices, and improve service delivery.
Thank you. Yes. Yes, Mr. Duval.
I ask the Honourable Prime Minister with regards to the Public Accounts Committee, which he referred to. May I know when does government envisage to amend the standing orders to allow the report of the Public Accounts Committee to be scrutinized by the House in debate, as was promised? This should have been done even before. I don't know why it wasn't done. We are proposing, that I mentioned that in my answer, that we are doing an enforcement. I think we call it the National Accountability Enforcement Authority, which will also link with the Public Account Committee.
Yes, all right, Mr. Roukni.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Could the Prime Minister please advise the House, how would change be brought about if the same senior public officials are maintained in office, or they are merely shifted in between ministries, whereby each one covers their friends? Thank you.
Well, unless you sack them, you can't do otherwise. They're here.
Yes?
Yes. Madam Speaker.
It must be related to the
Yes,
question.
it's in fact, it's going back to the question I asked. My question was with regards to the amendment of standing orders
Yes.
to allow for the debate. He answered about something else. May I ask again?
No, we got the answer that it's coming.
No, he did not say that.
Okay, Prime Minister. Yeah, I heard. We will go through the Standing Orders Committee. Yes, Ms. Béranger.
B319.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the House is aware, Section 49 of the Constitution provides that the official language of the Assembly shall be in English, but any member may address the Chair in French. Standing Order 5 of the Standing Orders and Rules of the National Assembly provides that the proceedings and debates of the Assembly shall be in English, in the English language, but a member may also address the Assembly in French. Madam Speaker, the introduction of Creole Mauritian in the National Assembly has been the subject of several parliamentary questions in the past. Furthermore, in the context of the International Day of Mother Tongue, Madam Speaker, you yourself announced that you would hold consultative meetings with a view to looking into the practical hurdles that needed to be cleared before introducing the use of Creole Mauritian into the National Assembly. I wish to inform the House that following the consultative meetings, a document has been submitted to me on the 12th of March of 2026. The report proposes a roadmap, a structured roadmap. Now we'll have to proceed in the following manner. The report will have, first of all, to be submitted to Cabinet. It hasn't been submitted to Cabinet yet. I will then propose a motion in the National Assembly for the setting up of a select committee that will now be tasked to submit a report to the House within a period of 3 months, so that there is no loss of time. The practical hurdles you mentioned in the report of the steering committee, they concern legal procedures, procedural, technical, and institutional conditions which are necessary before we introduce the Creole Mauritian Parliament. The terms of reference of the Select Committee would be guided by the key actions contained in the report submitted by you, Madam Speaker, on the proposed introduction of Creole Mauritian in the National Assembly. Consultations between the National Assembly and the Attorney General's Office for the drafting of the introduction in the National Assembly of a proposed amendment to Section 49 of the Constitution for the introduction of Creole Mauritian in the National Assembly, and also a motion requiring notice for the amendment of Standing Order 5 of the Standing Orders and Rules of the National Assembly, to be accompanied by a draft of the proposed amendment, shall then be referred to the Standing Orders Committee, which shall submit after deliberations a report thereon, which shall be debated following a motion moved accordingly, and if when approved, Standing Order 5 then shall stand amended. Pursuant to Standing Order 77, prescription by Madam Speaker of the interim rules of governing the use of Creole Mauritian in the National Assembly during the pilot phase will include the scope and limitations of the use of Creole Mauritian in the proceedings of the National Assembly and of committees, the rules on language decorum, and the use of the English language as the language for administrative, judicial, and constitutional purposes.
Thank you. Yes.
Merci. À la lumière de sa réponse, l'honorable Premier ministre peut-il nous dire si son gouvernement soutient toujours sur le principe l'utilisation de notre langue nationale comme langue d'expression parlementaire?
Oui, définitivement. This is one of the things that I must say, Madam Speaker, in all fairness, I wasn't too sure that that was a good idea at the beginning. But the late Dave Virasomi convinced me why it was necessary. I must say that in all fairness. So then we started, I spoke to Dr. Arnaud Carpouron, and then I launched his Creole Mauritian Dictionary at, I think it was the University of Mauritius in September 2011. Then the Mauritius Institute of Education has a department now dedicated to pedagogy and curriculum of the Creole Mauritian. In 2011, the state of Mauritius recognized an orthography for Creole Mauritian, and 2012, it was introduced in primary schools as an optional subject. Later on, it became at the secondary level as well, and the first exam for Creole Mauritian has been set at the school level, school certificate level. And also the anthology for Creole Mauritian has been published in February 2020, just to show that we are determined that this should be the case. Now, this is why I put a limit of 3 months so that we can get on with it.
Thank you, Prime Minister. Yes.
L'honorable Premier ministre peut-il déposer le rapport soumis par la Speaker sur la table de l'Assemblée?
I intend to, but first I will circulate it to Cabinet. I think for the moment just myself and the former Deputy Prime Minister has it. We'll have to circulate to others, and then we will submit it to the National Assembly.
Yes.
Okay, dans ce cas, l'honorable Premier ministre a mentionné certains hurdles, mais ça reste très général. Il a mentionné des legal procedures. Peut-il, dans ce cas, préciser spécifiquement quelles conditions doivent encore être réunies avant que la réforme puisse être amenée et que les amendements aux standing orders et à la Constitution puissent être présentés? Quels sont spécifiquement ces hurdles?
I don't think there are unsurmountable hurdles that will delay. That's why I put a time limit of 3 months. But in the report, Madam Speaker, you mentioned these practical hurdles, which you say concerns legal procedures, and then technical and institutional conditions which will be necessary. I don't think these are hurdles that are not going to take us time.
Yes.
Merci. On a eu le calendrier de 3 mois pour être présenté au Conseil des ministres, mais peut-on avoir...
Non.
Pour que le Select Committee présente son rapport au Conseil des ministres. Peut-on savoir, dans la réalité, concrètement, quand est-ce que les amendements pourront être présentés à l'Assemblée pour la réforme de la Constitution et des standing orders?
3 months will take us just after the budget. So after that, as soon as it's practicable, but there won't be no delay. That is why I put 3 months there. In your report, you suggested even up to 6 months, but I'll reduce it to 3 months, Madam Speaker.
Yes. I won't make any comments. All right, next question. Next question.
B320, merci.
Madam Speaker, I'm informed by the Commissioner of Police that on the 5th of April 2026, at 22:15 hours, one Mr. J.L. of NHDC, Bon Espoir, phoned at the Piton police station requesting for police assistance. The two police officers immediately proceeded to the scene of the incident. Upon reaching there, they gathered preliminary information that one Mr. CV has been assaulted and the latter, who had been stabbed and bleeding profusely, had already been conveyed to SSRN Hospital by volunteers. The police officers then proceeded to SSRN Hospital to inquire about the victim and gathered further information thereof from Mr. VR. Later that night at Piton Police Station, the police recorded the declaration of Mr. VR to the effect that he has witnessed a case of assault by Mr. JAKB on Mr. CV at NSGC Bon Espoir Piton. On the same night, the police examined the spot of the incident to secure evidence and searched the weapon that was used to assault the victim. The police also initiated and maintained mobile patrol in the surrounding on the 5th and 6th of April 2026 to look out for the accused. On the 6th of April 2026, at 11:15 hours, the Piton police officers recorded the statement of the victim, Mr. CV, at SSRN Hospital and issued a PF-58. The victim stated again the same thing, that Mr. JAKB had assaulted him and stolen his money. On the 8th of April 2026, Mr. JAKB was arrested and his statement was recorded. He was provisionally charged for the offense of larceny with wounding before the Rivière-du-Rempart District Court. The court granted him bail after the latter furnishing a surety of 1,000 rupees and 1,150 rupees as cost and entering into recognitions of 10,000 rupees with a condition to report daily at the Piton police station between 6 in the morning to 18:00 hours. His next court appearance is scheduled for 24th of June 2026. And the police is still in the process of recording statements from other witnesses.
Thank you. Yes. Yes. You want a question? Yes.
Thank you, Honourable Prime Minister. Would the Honourable Prime Minister indicate whether in determining the conditions of the bail in this case, due consideration has been given to all relevant medical and evidential elements, including those arising from the victim's hospitalization, having regard to the seriousness of the case and positive or negative substance abuse test done on the victim during hospitalization?
Madam Speaker, this is the prerogative of the court. They decide on what conditions to put in all this.
Yes, you're right. Yes, Ms. Béranger.
B321.
Madam Speaker, the Honourable Member is aware, and indeed the whole population, the previous government left us with a disastrous fiscal position. Public finances were in a mess, and they had left the country with a public debt of nearly 90% of GDP and a budget deficit of 9.3% of GDP. The economy had thus been irresponsibly managed over the past decade. Both the IMF and the World Bank had sounded the alarm on the imperative of reforming our pension system years back. In its report in 2015 entitled Pension Reforms in Mauritius, Fair and Fast, Balancing Social Protection and Fiscal Sustainability, the IMF stated that the reform of our pension system was now necessary and unavoidable. Moody's was on the verge of downgrading Mauritius to junk status. As Minister responsible for finance, I promptly took decisive measures in my very first budget to address and correct the situation. We are, Madam Speaker, among the very few countries in the world, if not probably the only one, where the eligibility age for the BRP, which I want to emphasize, is a non-contributory pension, is lower than the normal retirement age. I don't think in any other country this happens, it has been 65 years since 2018. Furthermore, the costs of the BRP had become increasingly unsustainable, the words that are used in the various reports. It had increased from 1.9% of GDP in 2010 to 7.8% of GDP in 2024-2025. Similarly, the percentage of BRP expenditure in government recurrent expenditure increased from 9.6% in 2010 to 14.2% in 2015-16 and further to 24.5% in 2024-2025. These figures clearly illustrate the growing fiscal pressure on public finances. Without reforms, expenditure on the BOP would have been unsustainable. The situation is such that without reform, we risk a future where there will be no pension for any person who is retiring, neither today or tomorrow. In addition, this significantly constrains our fiscal space, thereby limiting our ability to allocate adequate resources in health, education, and housing, which are vital for our long-term social and economic development. Government therefore took a decisive action to address the issue in order to ensure a strong and reliable pension system for generations to come. Madam Speaker, if no action would have been taken by this government, it would have been impossible to sustain our welfare state, as the cost of BOP would have reached 100 billion rupees in 2035. The actual figure for BOP was 55.3 billion for financial year 2024-2025. That is, if you look at it, more than the budget for health, which is 17.2 billion, more than the budget for education, which is 19.4 billion, more than the budget for housing, which is 2.2 billion, and also for the police services, which are 12.6 million. I think these figures speak for themselves. Accordingly, we have decided to gradually increase the eligibility rate age for BOP from 60 to 65. I want to point out that it is a gradual increase. And those who have turned 60 before the budget, they're still getting the pension at the age of 60. That is over a period. We're starting this gradual process from 1st of September 2025. I wish to remind the House that with a view to avoiding sudden hardship for our elderly who are impacted by the reform and protecting the vulnerable groups, including low-income earners, government set up 2 interministerial committees to look into the matter. In the interest of time and expediency, the committee was subsequently merged. The committee had studied and assessed the impact of the pension reform with a view to come up with various options and possibilities to support those affected by the reform, particularly the poor and the vulnerable groups. On this basis, 2 main measures were proposed by the committee. The first measure was the implementation of an income support through the MRA to all those who are no longer eligible for BOP, provided that for a single individual, his or her monthly income does not exceed 10,000 rupees, and for a couple, it does not exceed 20,000 rupees. This support aims at covering a range of beneficiaries, including housewives, retirees, employees, and self-employed persons who rely mainly on the BOP instead of focusing only on persons in sectors with difficult conditions. We looked at that, but we decided to do it that way. The monthly income support was set on 10,000 rupees in September of 2025. It has now been increased to 10,370 rupees in January 2026. That is, full compensation was given to the loss in purchasing power due to inflation. The second measure provides for the beneficiaries of basic invalidity pension, the basic widow's pension, and the invalidity allowance who turn 60 years of age to continue to receive their respective pensions until they qualify for the BOP. Madam Speaker, as the House is aware, government has also set up a commission of experts on pension reform in September of last year. They were to look at the pension system globally and make recommendations to reform the 3 pillars of our pension system, including the pillar 1, that is the basic retirement pension. As regard to the next budget, the Honourable Member will understand I cannot reveal the policy measures now, but I will be announcing them in the budget.
Thank you. Yes, one question.
Je vous remercie. Je ne demandais pas les policy measures qui seront prises dans le prochain budget. Ma question concernait précisément si une étude de l'impact socio-économique de la réforme a été faite avant le budget qui arrive.
We did I can't say it was a thorough study because there was a question of time, but we're still going on doing this to check what in fact will be the impact.
Okay. Deuxième?
Checking this impact? The committee?
This is done by the Ministry of Finance and also in conjunction with the Social Security Ministry.
Okay. Next question. Dr. Omia?
B322, please.
Madam Speaker, with regard to Part A of the question, I'm informed by the Commissioner of Police that from the 1st of January 2023 to the 10th of April 2026, 108 drug seizures were carried out at the seaport and 151 at the airport. 3 police officers posted at the airport were arrested in connection with the drug cases. These police officers are currently in detention and have been interdicted pursuant to Regulation 28 of the Disciplined Forces Service Commission regulations. In regard to Part B of the question, prior to posting of police officers at strategic entry points, a thorough screening and due diligence exercise is carried out on the officers. After the posting of the police officers, their conduct is constantly monitored by the officer in charge to ascertain that they maintain the professional standards required in the exercise of their duties at all times. Rotation of police officers is carried out on a need basis to preserve the integrity of the different departments. Training is also dispensed to the police officers on matters pertaining to discipline and integrity.
Yes. Yes, Dr. Omia.
Thank you. May I ask the Honourable Prime Minister whether officers posted at such sensitive points at the seaport and the airport are subjected to the declaration of assets as per the Declaration of Assets Act of 2019, so that signs of external riches match their salary or even their private business?
Good.
Very good suggestion, which we are looking at and probably will bring to Parliament later on.
Yes, second question.
And I ask the Honourable Prime Minister if consideration can be given to the presence of sniffer dogs at each of our 6 conveyor belts that are present in the arrival halls, rather than random sniffer dogs assessing, so that a thorough control of those who can use other means to get drugs in the country.
I looked into that matter, Madam Speaker. The police tell me they don't have enough dogs, but they are looking into that problem.
Okay, last one.
Does the Honourable Prime Minister have any information from the Cargo Handling Corporation as to measures taken to have strict access to the container park and the fishing ports, particularly at night, keeping in mind that the port area was declared in the Lam Shang Ring report as the most porous area where drugs enter the country? Thank you.
They are supposed to do that, Madam Speaker, and I hope they are doing it. Unless you have information that they are not, you can give it to me.
Yes, next question, Dr. Well, B323 will be replied by the Ministry of Health, we have been advised. Okay, so now we go to Dr. Prayag. Last question, then time is up.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. B324, please.
Madam Speaker, I'm informed by the Commissioner of Police that on Thursday, the 2nd of April of this year, a supervisor at Mitsubishi Motors, Lille Company Limited at Pai, found a suspicious plastic parcel containing several aluminium foils, allegedly containing dangerous drugs, in a police vehicle which had been brought for servicing and tire check at the company's workshop. As there was no immediate superior officer to report the matter, he kept the suspicious parcel in its original place and locked the vehicle. The next day, he informed his superiors at Mitsubishi Motors, who then reported the matter to the Police Vehicle Transport Unit responsible for the servicing and repairs of fleet of police vehicles. The matter was immediately referred to the Anti-Drug and Smuggling Unit, and on the same day, a team of ATSU Metropolitan called at the location and, in presence of all parties concerned, secured the suspected parcels allegedly containing drugs. The vehicle was kept under lock and key at Mitsubishi Motors, and the police sergeant from the Police Vehicle Transport Unit and the supervisor of Mitsubishi Motors were brought at ATSU office for inquiry. The police vehicle was examined by the officers of the Forensic Science Lab and the police photographer on the 7th of April 2026, as Mitsubishi Motors was closed on Saturday 4th to Monday the 6th of April during the Easter weekend. On the same day, the exhibits were sent to the Forensic Science Lab for examination as well as for DNA swab. Madam Speaker, the said vehicle is used by 8 personnel of the Special Team Metropolitan Division North on a daily basis, and they have been interrogated and their statements have been recorded. The police sergeant from the police vehicle and 3 employees of the Mitsubishi Motors have also been interviewed and their statements recorded. On the 9th of April 2026, the house of the police sergeant and a police constable of the Special Team Metropolitan Division were searched, but nothing incriminating was found. So far, Madam Speaker, there is no direct evidence against any of the police officers, and therefore no arrest or suspension has been effected in connection with this case. The results of the DNA test and further investigation will determine the course of actions in terms of arrest and or suspension. With regards to Part B of the question, I would like to inform the House that commanders and station managers of the Mauritius Police Force have been instructed to strictly abide with existing standing orders to ensure an in-depth verification of all police vehicles under their responsibilities, and the police inspectorate team to carry out surprise checks of police stations as well as vehicles under the responsibilities. In addition, the police vehicle technical unit will henceforth examine in depth all police vehicles being referred for maintenance, servicing or repairs. Police has also carried out specific training to police officers focusing on accountability and transparency and the consequences meted out for indulging in drug-related offences as public officers.
Yes, just one, because we are...
Thank you, Honourable Prime Minister. Could the Honourable Prime Minister consider to reshuffle police vehicles between stations as an urgent means to tackle this issue?
I can advise the Commissioner of Police of your request.
Thank you. Time is up. Okay, I have to inform you that there are so many. The following PQs have been withdrawn. B327, 336, 339, 344, 329, 343, 335, 340, 328, 334, 332, 342, 333, and 338. Now we go to questions to ministers. Now, because of the PQs that have been withdrawn, it seems to me, but it's a bit of a mess. It seems to me now I have to call Mr. Kazan.
B348, please.
Madam Speaker,
Yes.
I'm informed that at present there are around 108 general practitioners who have been granted study leave without pay to pursue postgraduate studies. With regard to the list of general practitioners, the names thereof cannot be divulged for confidentiality reasons. Concerning Part B and C of the question, concerning Part B of the questions regarding the list of universities, China is Dalian Medical University, Guangzhou University of Science and Technology, Nanjing Medical University. Egypt is Cairo University, Germany Academic Teaching Hospital Wilhelms University, Asklepios Specialist Clinic Leuven, Brandenburg, Bad Hersfeld Hospital, Go Academy Düsseldorf, ISL Karlsruhe University, Medical Association of Westphalia Upper Munster, Nephrologicum Westfalen GBR, Rhone University of Buchan, St. Vincent Krankens Limbury Hospital. From Malaysia, it's University Saints. From South Africa is Nelson Mandela School of Medicine.
Minister, may I? I'm sorry. Isn't it
Yes,
okay
of
to
course.
table this?
I'm going to
Yes,
I'm going
it's
to
purely factual.
submit a copy of the list.
If you don't mind.
Okay.
Purely factual. Yes, Mr. Kazan, you don't mind?
No
Go
issue.
ahead.
May I ask the Honourable Minister whether all the universities that we mentioned are currently recognized by the Medical Council of Mauritius and that proper verification is made prior approval to be...
Proper, I didn't get the last bit.
Prior verification is done prior approval of these leaves.
Okay. Normally, when they leave for further studies after their MBBS course, then they don't ask permission. Even the law doesn't compel them to seek the clearance from the medical council. But in fact, we are thinking of amending the law so that before proceeding abroad for studies, they will be bound to at least have their names registered, and they have to mention the university where they are going. As at now, it's not compulsory.
Yes, Dr. Umia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. May I ask the Honourable Minister, in view of the shortage of medical doctors in the public sector, how does it compensate for the large number of junior doctors who opt to go for tertiary studies, and whether he should now be considering a staggered release of these doctors so that those who come will have sufficient enough to replace them in the public sector?
Yes,
Yeah, Madam Speaker, this is a fact. There is a shortage of doctors, but you can't compel them to stay. If they want to go for, let us say, for higher studies, many of them, they leave the jobs and they go. And that is the reason why in let us say, the specialties which are missing, like geriatrics and gynecology, in these particular fields, we are allowing them. Whereas in other fields, which we do have enough doctors, we try to discourage them, but unfortunately, we cannot compel them to stay in the hospital. And that is the reason why we are now trying to get doctors who can work like on session basis. We are trying to get a few of them. And secondly, we are also recruiting doctors, additional doctors on contract. But it is a fact we have got a shortage of doctors, but I can't compel them to give up, that is, not to go abroad.
Yes, okay. Mr. Duval.
The Honourable Minister, on the other hand, what about those scarcity areas? What incentives are being given by his ministry to encourage doctors?
Là, c'est une autre question.
C'est la même question. Whether there are any incentives being given to
I am not
doctors?
allowing this question. It's
But,
not
Madam Speaker, let me ask
you
the
can't.
question.
I'm giving a ruling. I don't think. No, because it doesn't arise. You're still standing while I'm speaking. I know what your question is. Please sit down. I'm not allowing this question. Otherwise, we can have 10 questions on the doctors who are...
But the previous question was whether we can block them. Now asking for incentive and it's not relevant.
So you are going to question my ruling. Okay, I'm going next to Mr. Roukni.
Madam Speaker, on a point of information first. Since my PQ 323 has been reallocated to the Minister of Health, should I come with that first, or can I...
No. You go to that question, this one.
So, B349.
Voilà.
Madam Speaker, I am informed by the TRMSU that the stretch of road in Triolet from Total Energy service station up to the fire service station along the Terrorism, Triolet, Grand Bay A4 road is approximately 4.5 kilometers long and is a vital artery for vehicular traffic that experiences significant pressure during peak hours. A technical assessment carried out indicates that the primary cause of congestion in this area is chronic on-site and haphazard parking. This is largely attributed to the high number of vehicles, high volume of commercial activities in the area where businesses operate without adequate off-street parking for customers and delivery vehicles. As regards part A of the question, I am advised that double yellow lines are present along the majority of the stretch of the road referred to above. However, their effectiveness is being undermined by persistent non-compliance by drivers, recurrent obstruction to private accesses and illegal curbside parking continue to impede the smooth traffic flow. Enforcement of compliance with road markings rests with the police. My ministry coordinates with them to step up enforcement in the region, particularly during peak hours with a view to easing the traffic problems being experienced. TRMSU has been tasked also to conduct a fresh site visit to determine if additional interventions in terms of refresh markings or other traffic measures are required to deal with the problem. In the same context, I look forward to collaboration from my colleague, the Honourable Minister of Local Government, Also elected member, Honourable Uchit of constituency number 5, where Triolet is located, to redrawing of yellow lines where needed. As a matter of fact, Honourable Minister and I had working sessions on this subject last year, and some very positive decisions had been reached, particularly on how we can expedite matters on road markings. We need to put these recommendations into action. Where necessary, we'll have to rope in the RDA of my colleague, Honourable Ajay Scane's ministry as well. Madam Speaker, while we impose fines and penalties to maintain smooth traffic flow and road safety, it is important to recognise that enforcement alone cannot be the sole solution. The public must also take collective responsibility and be introspective for their actions and their adverse impact on the road users. By respecting parking regulations and being mindful of how their behaviour affects traffic flow, responsible parking does not only reduce congestion, but also ensures that the road infrastructure serves its real purpose for the welfare and good of the community at large. Moreover, Madam Speaker, if last Friday's Cabinet decision on the promotion of carpooling is adhered to, especially during peak hours, this will go a long way towards reducing traffic congestion, not only in Triolet, but island-wide. The more so important in the present context where the price of fuel has skyrocketed, thereby impacting heavily on our economy. As a matter of interest, in relation to the Cabinet decision to favour carpooling, this morning, in fact, my ministry has received from proponents of carpooling their wish to assist government in this endeavour by availing the latest technology, that means apps and AI. These proponents are already using that technology with a few private enterprises in Mauritius. I shall be meeting with them on their request to see how we can move this important initiative of government forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Rodrigues.
Speaker, the Honourable Minister mentioned about the use of apps. Is he aware that there is also trade unions that are opposing the use of these apps? Will he advise how will this affect their business?
You mean using the apps that promotes carpooling? The apps that I've referred to is to promote people can go into these apps to hop onto a vehicle that is willing to provide carpooling facilities. Is this what you're saying? No, Uber is... sorry.
I can't follow. What was the answer, Minister?
The member had questioned me on apps. The apps
yes, I know, but what did you reply?
The apps that I referred to in my substantive reply, Madam Speaker, referred to apps that seeks to promote carpooling. That means people who have spare capacity in their cars can offer seats to other people. This will go a long way to reduce carpooling. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
You're right, yes.
Will the Honourable Minister advise the House if he's aware the chronicle problems he mentioned also spread to the laterals of the Triolet main road that feeds that road?
Yes, I'm sure it does.
We're still on double lines, right?
And in Triolet.
Right.
In Triolet. I'm sure it does, Madam, because if the main road is congested, those coming from the lateral will certainly be blocked. That is why we need to reduce the number of vehicles, and the business owners along that stretch of the road have to make sure that their clients do not park their cars on that important, vital artery of Triolet.
Okay, good. We've got it. We've got a little bit more time now. Mr. Bijan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. B350.
Madam Speaker, I am informed by the NLTA that 18 bus routes are being operated across constituency number 6, Granby-Potrodor. This implies that we have scores of bus stopping places, some already provided with bus shelters, and obviously some not yet. Otherwise, there won't be the question. The provision of bus shelters is a collaborative effort involving the local authority concerned and the Road Development Authority, the National Land Transport Authority, and the Traffic Management and Road Safety Unit of my ministry. According to information provided by the TRMSU, since 2019, several smart bus shelters have been installed by the latter in constituency number 6, namely in Grand Bay, Saint-François, Pointe-aux-Canonniers, Cap-Malheureux, Poudre d'Or. I am further informed that the District Council of Rivière-du-Rempart has recently installed smart bus shelters at Mapu and L'Espérance Piton. Under the newly signed framework agreement, the TRMSU will install a smart bus shelter near the Vale Government School. As the components of the structure involve specialized units that have to be procured from abroad, works are only expected to be completed by November 2026. Madam Speaker, I wish to reassure the Honourable Member that my ministry is actually seeking to respond to all demands with regard to the construction and maintenance of bus shelters across the island. All requests are duly noted and surveys are carried out with appropriate recommendations. I wish to point out that one of the challenges faced by my ministry is the question of funding. I must underline that funds made available in the yearly budget encompass different types of projects geared towards road enhancement and road safety and are used to meet the needs arising from all over the island. Moreover, I wish to highlight that the ministry has a protocol. I think this is an important part for the Honourable Member, on the modernization of bus shelters. The purpose of this protocol is to introduce comprehensive guidelines for the provision of bus shelters on main roads and motorways. The aim is to facilitate the construction of new bus shelters by interested promoters.
Exactly.
As well as renovation and maintenance of the existing bus shelters and demolition and replacement of any bus shelter which is in a deplorable state along the main roads and motorways while adhering to the existing legal framework and subject to all clearances being obtained at no cost to the government. In return, they may use the bus shelters for advertising purposes as per conditions stipulated in the protocol. When upon completion of the said surveys, and availability of funds, the Ministry is requested to either fund the construction of additional smart bus shelters or seek the participation of private promoters to construct bus shelters strictly as per established protocol. Madam Speaker, I acknowledge that construction of bus shelters in constituency number 6 and elsewhere is a necessary infrastructure for the conveyance of passengers. Construction of shelters in any region cannot be undertaken at one go due to budgetary constraints. It is a process which spills over consecutive financial years. I, however, wish to reassure the Honourable Member that my ministry will, within available means, consider all requests positively subjected to availability of land and all road safety issues being complied with. As regards constituency number 6, the TRMSU and the NLTA will be requested to carry out a survey and establish the priority needs.
Okay, one question. Then Mr. Bichou.
Yeah. Thank you, Madam Speaker. In view of several complaints and requests from inhabitants of Saint-François, Cap-Malheureux, Rocheterre, Grand-Goube, Petit-Rapret, Ville-Fond-du-Sac, 20-Pied-Péribert, and Grand Bay, will the Honourable Minister arrange for a consultative meeting with the representative of villagers under constituency Grand Bay, Poudre d'Or, along with relevant stakeholders prior to any action taken?
Sure, short and sweet.
Can do.
Sure, yes.
Will do.
Will do. Good. You, Mr. Bichuk.
Yes, Madam. Is the Honourable Minister aware that whenever we MPs, representatives of constituencies send requests for bus shelters, it turns out to be a hot potato which the RDA throws at the TRMSU and the TRMSU throws at the RDA? Is it a time to set up a specific agency or division that implements the bus shelters for the well-being of the citizens of this country?
Again, short and sweet. Very simple.
If you ask me a specific department in my ministry,
No.
this is my remit, but if it is another ministry, I'm afraid this
Yeah.
is not of my
But
remit.
you will think of a good
We'll think about it.
solution.
We'll remove the, Madam, we'll remove the ping pong table.
Yeah, remove the ping pong. He is removing the ping pong.
The ping pong table, so that there is no.
Very good. Very good. Miss Béranger. Last question. Last question. Yes.
B351.
Oui, merci Madame la Présidente. Les activités d'observation des dauphins et baleines et de nage avec les dauphins sont pratiquées sur la côte sud-ouest de Maurice par quelques 100 embarcations de plaisance sur 278 titulaires d'une licence délivrée par la Tourism Authority. Dans ma réponse à la question parlementaire B985 du 11 novembre 2025, j'ai informé l'Assemblée nationale qu'un premier projet de règlement visant à encadrer la conduite de ces deux activités avait été élaboré par mon ministère. Ces nouveaux règlements prévoient un certain nombre d'exigences auxquelles toute embarcation de plaisance pratiquant les activités subventionnées devra obligatoirement se conformer. Madame la Présidente, j'avais aussi indiqué que le projet de règlement avait été soumis à toutes les parties prenantes concernées pour la validation avant sa promulgation. Les organisations non gouvernementales ONG, à savoir EcoSud, Marine Megafauna Conservation Organization, MMCO, ont indiqué n'avoir aucune objection à l'activité d'observation de l'activité d'observation des dauphins et des baleines, mais réclament que la nage avec les dauphins soit interdite. La Fédération de Pleasure Craft, FOPCO, qui regroupe les 278 opérateurs, demande le maintien de l'activité nage avec les dauphins et avec allègement des contraintes réglementaires. Madame la Présidente, compte tenu de ces propositions divergentes, j'ai présidé plusieurs réunions avec les parties concernées en vue de parvenir à un consensus sur la conduite de l'activité de nage avec les dauphins. Et au cours de ces réunions, je dois dire que plusieurs insuffisances dans l'application des règles encadrant cette activité ont été relevées. Lors de la dernière réunion du 10 mars, les parties prenantes présentes ont convenu que si l'activité devrait se poursuivre, une équipe d'intervention Enforcement Squad devrait être mise en place. Cette équipe devrait être composée d'agents de la National Coast Guard, la Tourism Authority, la Fisheries Division du ministère de l'Agro-Industrie, chacun de ces entités disposant des compétences spécifiques en matière de contrôle. L'équipe d'intervention devra travailler conjointement de manière coordonnée afin d'assurer des pratiques raisonnables en matière d'observation des dauphins et des baleines, ainsi que la nage avec les dauphins à Maurice. Les ressources supplémentaires requises en termes d'équipement, d'embarcation de personnel, de drones, de formation, etc., et afin de permettre cette équipe d'intervention de fonctionner efficacement et de manière efficiente, devront être communiquées à mon ministère dans les plus brefs délais. Madame la Présidente, dès réception de ces informations, une décision sera prise quant au maintien ou non l'activité de nage avec les dauphins. Et j'insiste, Madame la Présidente, que nous devrons absolument assurer la protection des mammifères marins, de notre écosystème marin, aussi de protéger l'image de l'île Maurice. Nous devrons de part tenir compte des moyens de subsistance des 100 opérateurs aussi engagés dans ces activités, ainsi que leurs employés et leurs familles, et surtout le contexte économique difficile actuellement. Donc, une décision courageuse devra être prise collectivement sur la base de la décision qui sera prise et les règlements appropriés seront élaborés.
Oui, allez-y.
Je vous remercie. L'honorable ministre a fait référence à sa réponse à la PQB 985, où il affirmait qu'un draft de regulation avait été circulé à tous les stakeholders. Comment est-ce qu'il réconcilie cette affirmation avec le courriel de la MMCO, où je suis en copie, qui a été adressé au ministre suite à la réponse à sa PQ, et où l'organisation affirme n'avoir jamais reçu de draft des regulations? Comment une consultation peut être réellement significative si l'organisation qui est la plus concernée par le sujet n'est pas consultée, n'a pas accès au projet de loi?
Allons attendre sa réponse. On ne sait pas. Est-ce qu'ils n'ont pas reçu?
Madame la Présidente, you know exactly where lies the problem. You were
Speak to me.
meetings.
Minister, speak to me, please.
Yes, several meetings, which you are very aware of everything. And the big concern that I must say about this regulation is who is going to take care? Who is going to take care? Who is going to take the lead? No one knows. We got three entities. We've got National Coast Guard.
Minister, may I? The question was, this organization has said that they didn't receive the communication. Just let's...
But they can start again and come back to me. There's no worries, madam. Okay. I didn't receive it.
Apparemment, ils vous ont écrit.
I didn't receive.
Okay.
If you got it, no problem. Give it to me. Give it to me with pleasure.
What's your next question?
With pleasure, I will.
Okay.
Déposer.
Vous voulez déposer?
Sur la table, je vais communiquer au ministre encore une fois une copie du courriel. Mais il a reçu, ça lui a été adressé. L'honorable ministre peut-il donner un calendrier précis de quand ces regulations vont devenir une réalité, étant donné que ce dossier est en suspens depuis plus d'1 an, malgré plusieurs relances, y compris à travers le comité interministériel qui était dirigé par l'ex-DPM. Plusieurs relances ont été faites et le projet est toujours en suspens. Peut-il donner un calendrier précis?
Oui. Madame la Présidente, je dois dire qu'il est très important de souligner que c'est un règlement très complexe parce que nous avons environ 100 opérateurs de bateaux de plaisance qui défendent cette activité actuellement. Et d'un côté, nous avons les ONG, d'un côté, et d'autres autorités qui nous demandent d'interdire la nage avec des dauphins. Nous devons être très prudents, Madame la Présidente, et veiller à ce que les informations appropriées et précises soient recueillies afin qu'une décision soit prise. Mais aussi, ainsi, je peux dire qu'à mon ministère poursuit actuellement les consultations avec les différentes parties prenantes afin de finaliser les terms of reference de l'Enforcement Squad. Une fois cette étape achevée, je présenterai au Conseil des ministres un document sur la question afin qu'une décision collective soit prise.
Calendrier ni de timeline. Il n'y a pas que la nage avec les dauphins qui pose problème aujourd'hui. Le ministre est très bien au courant. La nage illégale avec les baleines est un gros problème. Les scientifiques ont mentionné que la population de nos cachalots résidents n'ont cessé de diminuer, est arrivée aujourd'hui à uniquement 25 cachalots. Donc l'honorable ministre, ne convient-il pas que ce retard prolongé compromet à la fois les efforts de conservation et la crédibilité de Maurice en tant que destination touristique durable?
Je suis au courant de tout ça, madame, mais il faut prendre en considération une chose. L'implementation de tout ça demande un budget. Et tout ce qui s'appelle budget, ça arrive bientôt. Nous avons la National Coast Guard qui n'a pas de budget. Nous avons la Tourism Authority qui n'a pas de budget. Nous avons les Fisheries qui n'a pas de budget. Donc, comment faire? On peut parler aujourd'hui, demain, et faire 1000 réunions. Mais le point le plus important, c'est les fonds, c'est l'argent, c'est le budget, c'est le ministère des Finances qui doit nous donner. Alors, comment on fait?
J'attends qu'il est fini.
Il y a déjà eu une proposition pour ça. Le MMCO a proposé un concern. Le ministre est-il au courant que la MMCO a proposé un conservation fee pour rendre obligatoire et financer l'enforcement, justement. Donc il y a une solution. Il suffit d'avoir la volonté politique.
J'ai déjà répondu, Madame la Présidente.
Question on this side.
Je vous remercie, Madame la Présidente. Le ministre peut-il indiquer à la Chambre, dans le cadre de cette éventuelle législation, quelles mesures il compte prendre pour les opérateurs exerçant dans les espaces marins et risquant de perdre leur emploi ainsi que leur seul moyen de subsistance? Merci.
Je croyais qu'on avait déjà répondu à ça.
Je vous ai...
Oui, mais ça a déjà...
J'ai déjà répondu à cette question-là, mais comme je vous dis, madame...
Non, on ne va pas répéter, là.
J'ai déjà répondu à ça, mais comme je vous dis, les mesures que je vous dis, mais j'insiste, Madame la Présidente, que nous devrons assurer la protection...
Les deux, vous avez dit.
Oui, la protection des mammifères marins de notre écosystème marin et aussi, comme l'a si bien dit l'honorable membre, et l'image de l'île Maurice. Mais nous devrons aussi, d'autre part, comme je vous dis, tenir en compte des moyens de subsistance de 100 opérateurs engagés dans cette activité, ainsi que les employés et leurs familles, surtout dans le contexte économique actuel. Donc ce sera une décision courageuse qui devra être prise collectivement sur la base de la décision et des règlements appropriés, mais c'est le cabinet qui va décider.
Oui, mais non, pas trop longtemps. J'arrête là, c'est l'heure du déjeuner. Merci beaucoup. Please be seated. We can start with Mr. Kira.
B352, please.
Madam Speaker, I'm informed that the Lindsay Low 1 football playground at Shebel was converted into an outdoor synthetic football pitch in 2020 by contractor Bestcare Limited. The works were completed and handed over to the Municipal Council of Bourg-Saint-Rosil on 30 January 2021, and the facility was subsequently inaugurated on 13 August 2021. Thereafter, due to normal wear and tear over the time, maintenance and rehabilitation works became necessary. Madam Speaker, in view of the observed deterioration, bids were invited through the e-procurement system on 28 October 2025 for the maintenance of synthetic football pitch at 7 sites, including the Lindsay Low 1 football ground. The contract was awarded to Glass World Limited, being the lowest evaluated responsive bidder for a sum of 238.50 rupees, inclusive of VAT. The scope of works includes cleaning of the playing surface, replacement of damaged synthetic turf, mechanical brushing, installation of silica and rubber granules, replacement of wore-out field markings, as well as a general repair and rehabilitation of the pitch and associated facilities. Madam Speaker, I am further informed that works have already started on site. However, following recent complaints from inhabitants and observations made by the Municipal Council, certain discrepancies have been noted in the execution of the works. These issues have been largely attributed to the persistent heavy rainfalls experienced since last week, which has affected the proper setting and addition of the materials used, particularly the glue. A site visit is being carried out today with the contractor, Gross World Limited, in the presence of the relevant officers of the Municipal Council, to thoroughly assess the situation. The contractor has been formally instructed to redo at his own cost any works that are not being required to the required standards or not to the satisfaction of the Council. Madam Speaker, I am also informed that the Welfare Committee has requested that a technical evaluation of the material used, including the glue, be conducted to ensure full compliance with prescribed norms and standards. I wish to make it clear that no payment whatsoever will be effected to the contractor until all works have been completed satisfactorily, certified by the relevant officers of the Municipal Council, and fully compliant with contractual specifications. Madam Speaker, the Municipal Council continues to closely monitor the situation and has also undertaken cleaning and maintenance of the surrounding areas to ensure a safe environment for users. I wish to reassure the Honourable Member that all necessary corrective measures are being taken promptly so that the facility is restored to its full functionality and to the expected standards.
Thank you. Yes.
Vu que les travaux qui sont apparemment déjà complétés, mais qui n'ont pas été entrepris à la satisfaction du conseil municipal et de tout un chacun, et peut-on savoir s'il existe un contrat de maintenance, vu que même après quelques jours où les travaux ont été complétés, on a constaté des lacunes au niveau de la finition. Peut-on savoir s'il existe un contrat de maintenance et si oui, qui lie bien sûr le conseil municipal au contracteur, si tel est le cas, quelles sont les clauses et quelle est la durée de ce contrat de maintenance?
Madam Speaker, I don't have this information right now, so I can get it for the next meeting. Yeah. I can table it.
The next question has been withdrawn. Now we have Honourable Ferdinand.
Thank you, Madam. B354.
Madam Speaker, cardiac pacemakers are devices with a battery life of around 8 to 10 years, used to control abnormal heartbeat rhythm, be it abnormally low or abnormally higher than normal heartbeat. Cardiac pacemakers implantations are carried out in each of the cardiac units of 5 regional hospitals as well as the cardiac center. There are 3 types of pacemakers: single chamber pacemaker, dual chamber pacemaker, and triple chamber pacemaker. Madam Speaker, I am informed that the number of cardiac pacemakers implantation carried out in public health institutions for the period 21 to 25 amounts to 1,421. With regard to Part B of the question, the current stock of pacemaker replacement batteries in our public health institutions is 37. Additionally, all public health institutions carry out local purchase as and when required for emergency cases. Madam Speaker, as regards to the replacement of batteries, I am informed of the following. The duration of pacemaker batteries is on average 8 to 10 years, and their appointment to patients with pacemakers is given on the frequency of 6 months to 1 year for review. Madam Speaker, let me briefly enumerate the problems faced by my ministry regarding the procurement of pacemakers. After floating of tenders for annual requirements for implants for pacemaker for cath lab cardiac unit, Victoria Hospital, an evaluation was carried out and IBL Limited was selected. Notification prior to award in accordance with the provisions of Public Procurement Act was issued to both successful bidder IBL Limited and bidder A and the unsuccessful bidders on 18th December 2025. Subsequently, a challenge was lodged by one unsuccessful bidder, namely MSG Unicom Limited, on 23rd December 2025. The case was referred to independent review panel on 5th January 2026. On 2nd February 2026, IOP ruled that the bid from IBL was not responsive and directed my ministry to carry out a re-evaluation of their items by a new bid evaluation team. Accordingly, the new bid evaluation team submitted its report on 13th February 2026 and recommended their award of MSG Unicorn Limited. Notifications was issued on 24 February 2026. This time a challenge was lodged by IBL Limited, the previous selected bidder. The matter was subsequently resubmitted to IOP. The latter suspended all procurement procedures pending hearing of the case. However, given the urgency of the procurement, the more so as the stock of cardiac pacemakers were depleted, my ministry had no alternative than to have recourse to a certificate of urgency issued on 17th March 2026 to waive the suspension of the procurement proceedings imposed by IOP in line with the provisions of PPA. Should the IOP rule in favor of the challenge, the bidder will be reimbursed the cost of participation in the bidding exercise. Consequently, the letter of award was issued to MSG Unicorn Limited on 24th March 2026, with the first consignment expected to be delivered by 24th May 2026. Such situation handicaps the services delivery of healthcare services unnecessarily.
Thank you. Ms. Manon, yes?
Is the Minister aware that a patient from Rodrigues requiring an urgent pacemaker battery replacement has been unable to access the necessary treatment, having been referred back at least 6 times since last year due to supposedly unavailability of the battery, pending the completion of the procurement, the tender exercises? Can he propose what immediate measures that can be taken to ensure that such critical medical interventions are not delayed henceforth? Thank you.
This particular case from Rodrigues was referred to me by Honourable Francois, if I'm not mistaken, and he has already relayed to me and the needful has been done. This is what information I have got. On 2 occasions he spoke to me on that issue.
Okay. You have another question? Ms. Manon, you have another question? Speak up, speak up.
Stand up.
Yes. The family has approached me. It has not yet been done. He is still in waiting for it.
Okay.
Well, I haven't received any information. If this is the case, so tomorrow around around 1 p.m., the parents can come to me in my office. I'll look into it. You know,
Okay.
every day I receive public. I have no problem to receive her or him. Okay?
Okay. Are they in Mauritius?
No, Mauritius.
They are in Mauritius. The parents are in Mauritius.
Okay.
Family. Okay. Good. Now the next question will be for Mr. Etouaria.
Madame la
Yes.
Présidente, B355, s'il vous plaît.
Madam Speaker, I will seek your indulgence. My question will be quite, my reply will be quite long. Thank you. Madam Speaker, I wish to inform the House that in light of the ongoing conflict in the Middle East affecting the entire region, my ministry has been closely monitoring the situation through our diplomatic missions, particularly our embassy in Riyadh and our consulate in Dubai. Continuous coordination has been maintained with host countries and Mauritian diaspora networks to ensure timely assistance and information sharing. My ministry has issued 2 alert notices since the start of the conflict, namely on the 28th of February and 9th of March 2026, cautioning Mauritian nationals to refrain from traveling to the Middle East and informing them of the hotline established at the level of the ministry and our missions in both Riyadh and Dubai. Additionally, we issued 2 press statements on the 3rd and 14th of March 2026, respectively, expressing concerns on the loss of lives, destruction of critical economic infrastructures, and the complete shutdown of air traffic. We also called for an immediate cessation of hostilities and the resumption of talks between the concerned parties for global peace and stability. Madam the Speaker, as regards the number of Mauritian nationals currently present in the affected regions, based on the latest information available from our embassy in Riyadh and consulate in Dubai, there are several hundreds of Mauritian nationals residing across the Gulf region. In the United Arab Emirates alone, more than 300 Mauritian nationals who were temporarily stranded following the outbreak of the conflict on the 28th of February 2026 and the resulting flight disruptions have since been assisted in returning safely to Mauritius through commercial flights, notably those operated by Emirates. Additionally, several hundreds of Mauritian nationals continue to reside and work in the UAE, mainly in Dubai and Abu Dhabi. According to official figures from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the United Arab Emirates, as of March 2026, there were approximately 2,148 Mauritians living in the UAE. The current number of visitors from Mauritius in the UAE stand at 204. The number of departures of our nationals from the UAE to Mauritius from 28th of February 2026 to date is 2,299. Our embassy in Riyadh was contacted by Mauritian nationals from the following cities and countries: Riyadh 58, Jeddah 38, Medina 15, Dammam, Tabuk and Buraida 8, Qatar 89, Bahrain 20, Kuwait 7 and Oman 4. Through the coordinated efforts of my ministry and our diplomatic missions, contact has been established with the vast majority of these nationals via direct outreach, diaspora networks, and dedicated communication platforms. The embassy in Riyadh has issued advisory notes, activated hotline services, and maintains active engagement through WhatsApp groups and other communication channels. Madam the Speaker, at this stage, no confirmed reports of harm to Mauritius nationals have been brought to the attention of the ministry. Host countries, particularly the United Arab Emirates and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, have implemented precautionary measures to ensure public safety, including dissemination of safety alerts, promotion of remote working arrangements, and temporary closure of educational institutions. Madam Speaker, with respect to the nature of assistance requested, a limited number of Mauritian nationals have sought support mainly in relation to consular guidance, travel arrangements, and precautionary advice. In some cases, our nationals on holidays in the region expressed concerns regarding their safety and opted to return to Mauritius at their own expense. The ministry, through its diplomatic missions, has responded promptly and effectively by facilitating the repatriation of Mauritian nationals, including those stranded in the UAE, through coordination with airlines and local authorities, establishing dedicated hotline numbers and email channels to respond to consular queries and emergency requests, providing real-time information and regular safety advisories to Mauritian nationals across the region, advising on precautionary measures and safe movement, including evacuation options where necessary, maintaining continuous communication with diaspora groups to monitor their well-being and provide psychological and technical support where required, liaising with host governments, including the Saudi Ministry of Foreign Affairs, to facilitate transit arrangements, notably enabling Mauritian nationals from the Gulf region to access connecting flights from Jeddah to Mauritius, where regular flights remain operational. It is also worth noting that thanks to the personal intervention of the Honourable Prime Minister, who is Senior Vice President of Emirates Airlines, Mauritius was amongst the first countries to initiate repatriation assistance for its nationals following the escalation of the situation on 28th of February 2026. Madam Speaker, the government remains on high alert and fully mobilized. We are firmly committed to safeguarding the interest, safety and well-being of Mauritian citizens abroad. Our diplomatic missions continue to monitor developments closely, maintain constant communication with our nationals, and stand ready to extend any further assistance as may be required, including evacuation support should the situation so warrant. Mauritian nationals in the Middle East region are being continuously advised to remain vigilant, adhere to local authority guidance, and stay in close contact with our diplomatic missions. I wish to assure the House that the safety and well-being of Mauritian citizens abroad remain a top priority of this government. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister. Mr. Poirier, you're okay? Yes, Mr. Duval?
Yes. B356.
Madam Speaker, at the very outset, I wish to inform the House that, pursuant to Section 4, Part 1 of the Local Government Service Commission Act 1975, the power of appointment as well as removal from office in respect of employees of local authorities vests exclusively in the Local Government Service Commission, that is the LGSC. Section 4, Part 2 of the same Act further provides that the Commission shall not, in the exercise of its functions, be subject to the direction or control of any other person or authority. Having stated the above, I am informed by the LGSC that the recruitment exercise for the Municipal City Council of Port Louis, following advertisement released on 28 May 2025, is ongoing. Madam Speaker, all appointments in the workmen's card comprising scavenging, refuse collectors, general workers, and handy workers are made on a purely temporary day-to-day basis in accordance with established procedures. Thereafter, a year after joining service, the incumbent is appointed to the permanent and pensionable establishment, subject to a good performance, attendance, conduct, and being medically fit for duty. Madam Speaker, I wish to emphasize that these terms and conditions are clearly communicated to recruits prior to the assumption of duties and form part of the standard administrative framework governing all such appointments. They are applied in a uniform, transparent, and consistent manner across all local authorities under the supervision of the Local Government Service Commission. Madam Speaker, as regard to Part B of the question, I am informed that following the judgment of the Supreme Court delivered on 23rd January 2026, to the effect that the recruitment exercise of the employees of the workmen's card effected prior to November 2024 was illegal, and acting on the advice of the Attorney General Office, which took the view that the termination was legally in order, the services of the workers concerned were terminated. Termination letters were accordingly issued by the Chief Executive of all the local authorities, including the Municipal City Council of Port Louis, on 29 January 2026. Out of the 164 employees who had been recruited in July and October 2024 for the Municipal City Council of Port Louis, the services of 158 employees were terminated on 29 January 2026. As regards the remaining 6 employees, 4 had resigned, 3 were summarily dismissed, and 1 passed away. Madam Speaker, it is important to underline that the appointments concerned were temporary in nature, and the decision related to appointment and termination falls exclusively within the statutory remits of the LGSC. I'm further informed that recruitment exercise for the other 11 local authorities has recently been completed by the LGSC, and appointments in the grade of the workman class have already been made thereto on the basis of vacancies reported to the LGSC by the Unified Local Government Service Board of the Ministry of Local Government. As regard to the Municipal City Council of Port Louis, the recruitment exercise initiated following the advertisement of 28 May 2025 is, as I have stated, is still ongoing.
Thank you. Yes.
Thank you. May I ask the Honourable Minister to confirm that not more than 15% of the employees who have been terminated have been re-employed, be it at the Municipal Council of Port Louis or in other district council. Can I ask the Honourable Minister, how is it that those recruitment which was promised to be done on...
So one question at a time. You asked, let him confirm that
Okay,
first.
confirm that not more than 15%, please.
50%.
15.
15.
Yeah. Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker. The recruitment exercise is conducted by the LGSC in a very transparent and merit-based manner. All eligible candidates must apply and will be considered in accordance with the prescribed procedures. So the recruitment rests on the LGSC itself.
But can you confirm
not on the local government.
Yes, I know, we know that. Can you confirm that 15% have
No,
been...
no, I can't.
You can't.
Yeah, because it depends on the LGSC.
If he cannot confirm, I will ask him a second question.
Yes.
Is the minister aware that whilst it was promised that recruitment be done on the basis of transparency and meritocracy, that those persons who have worked for 16 months, contributed to SICOM pension fund, who, by the way, have not been reimbursed, and who have thus had experience and a track record, have not been considered by for recruitment again.
But he will reply again.
I will ask whether it is in line with his promise of meritocracy, given that they have a track record, and that, according to the information I have, the vast majority have been left out.
No, but once...
Madam Speaker, I have already replied the question.
Yeah, but you can't put a question when we know that we've got an answer already. And then everybody knows. I don't want to get involved.
It's not the same, Madam Speaker.
But the question is,
Yes.
the LGSC is the
Yes.
recruits, not the Ministry of Local
May I ask the Honourable Minister whether he will see to it that the contributions made by those persons to SICOM, namely to the tune of 1,084 rupees per month for 16 months, so we're talking about 18,000 rupees, be reimbursed to those persons who have been now left out of the job.
That's okay. You can consider that, Minister. Minister, can you consider?
Madam Speaker, I will have to get the advice from the SLO. If it is fit, proper,
Yes, all right, but you can deal with the question.
Yeah.
You will look into that question, okay? Next question.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Can I ask the Honourable Minister if he can provide to the Chamber the list of recruitment for all local governments? Thank you.
You mean concerning the same? Can you provide?
Madam, I can give the number, but not the list of the names of the people.
Yes, can give the number.
At least for constituency number 4. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, with data protection, we cannot give the name of the, and according to the Local Government Services Commission, we cannot give the name.
Right. Last question.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, there was an interministerial committee set up to look into this issue. I will ask the Minister whether he has taken note of the Supreme Court judgment whereby it stated that it was abundantly clear that it was not through any fault of those employees the fact that they were employed under un vice de procédure.
D'accord.
And that the LGSC was being invited to consider those persons in the recruitment process. I will ask the Minister whether he has taken note of same and whether he intends to do anything about it.
No. Madam Speaker, the issue was not one of the fault of the workers, but the legality of the recruitment process. The decision was taken by the LGSC in compliance with the Supreme Court judgment and legal advice, which confirmed that the appointments were invalid.
One moment. I don't want to give the answer, although I do have the answer. People who are not appointed. Maybe Attorney General can help. People who are not... No, but there's a law. There's the law, Honourable Duval. You're a lawyer. Attorney General, can you help us? Never mind. Let's go to another question. I'll tell you later on, I'll tell you the answer.
You don't have to tell me there was an internal minister of committee. We have seen the pressure.
Okay.
B357.
Madam Speaker, I thank the Honourable Dr. Payag for this question. Let me begin with an unvarnished truth. Mauritius has a nursing shortage. It is not a future problem, it is a present one. Our hospitals feel it, our patients feel it, and every nurse currently working beyond one shift feel it most acutely. Mauritius is not alone. According to the World Health Organization, it is estimated that a global shortfall of 6 million, there will be a shortfall of 6 million nurses by 2030. Every country in our region is competing for the same trained professionals. And if Mauritius is not deliberate, generous, and urgent in its response, we risk losing our own graduates to better paying destinations before the ink is dry on their certificates. But here is what I want this August Assembly to understand. This government is not merely intending to act. This government, especially through the Ministry of Health and Wellness and my ministry, are already acting. The frameworks are in place, the funding is in place, the bonds are in place, the international partnerships are being forged, and enrollment in nursing programs is growing. Let me set out the facts, Madam Speaker. Financial support and service bonds are not matters under consideration. They are matters already in operation. There are two main routes to becoming a registered nurse in Mauritius under the Nursing Council Act 2003, and both are backed by the full weight of public investment. The first route is through the Public Service Commission. Candidates are recruited directly as trainee nurses at the Central School of Nursing under the Ministry of Health and Wellness, where they undergo 3 years of fully funded theoretical and clinical training. They also receive a monthly allowance throughout. Their training costs them nothing. Upon enlistment as trainee nurses, they enter into a bond to the effect that they will follow and complete the training course. After successful completion, registration with the Nursing Council, and appointment as nursing officer, they are required to serve in a government hospital or health institution in Mauritius, Rodrigues, or Galiga for a minimum of 3 years. The second route is through our public higher education institution under the Free Tertiary Education Scheme. Students enroll full-time at Polytechnics Mauritius Limited for the National Diploma in Nursing or the Diploma in Mental Health Nursing, and at the University of Technology Mauritius for the BSc Top-Up Nursing, pay zero tuition fees. Education is free. The state funds the tuition fees. Madam Speaker, beyond these public pathways, nursing education in Mauritius has matured into a genuinely international credential offering. There are currently 6 accredited nursing programs delivered in Mauritius through affiliations with Curtin University of Australia, La Trobe University of Australia, Swansea University UK, and University of Suffolk UK, covering both entry-level BSc Global programs and top-up degrees for practicing registered nurses seeking to elevate their qualifications. These are degrees awarded by internationally ranked universities but earned on the Mauritian soil. According to the Higher Education Commission, as at December 2025, enrollment across public and private institutions stood at 206 students at UTM, 75 at PML, and a further 280 across private HEIs, a total nursing student population of 561 and growing. Madam Speaker, with regard to Part B of the question related to expanding training capacity for regional and international demand, this government, over and above meeting domestic demand, is deliberately and systematically positioning Mauritius as a regional hub for nursing and healthcare education. Our public and private institutions already have spare capacity to absorb additional students. Under the Mauritius Africa Scholarship Scheme, deserving residents of African Union and African Commonwealth member states are already eligible for full scholarships to study nursing in Mauritius, not at some future date, but today, under the existing arrangement. My ministry has launched the ambitious Study in Mauritius marketing campaign, currently targeting African countries and shortly to be extended to Asia. 3 landmark international quality assurance agreements underpin our global credibility and give international students the confidence that a Mauritian qualification will be recognized beyond our shores. Our agreement with Quality Assurance Agency of UK, our agreement with HCOS of France, and our agreement with University Grants Commission of India recently signed are the evidences. Together, these 3 agreements position Mauritius as a serious internationally connected education jurisdiction capable of attracting students, validating qualifications, and comparing for enrollments with best destinations in our region. Madam Speaker, the ambition is clear, the direction is set. A nursing sector that first serves Mauritius completely and then trains the region with distinction. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Doctor, do you have? Okay, good. Next question. Yes, Dr. Daouverou, yes.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. B358, s'il vous plaît.
Madam Speaker, according to Statistics Mauritius, as at December 2025, the rate of unemployment among youth, that is, aged between 16 and 24 years, was 16.8%, representing 10,800 unemployed youth, comprising 5,000 men and 5,800 women. The employment rate among the youth is more than 3 times the rate of unemployment for the same period, which stands at 5.4%. The National Employment Department of my ministry also registered interested job seekers, including youth through their 13 employment information centers across the island. At the level of the NED, the definition of youth covers job seekers aged between 16 and 35 years. As at 30th of March 2026, there are a total of 14,509 registered young job seekers, out of which 5,954 youth were unemployed, comprising 3,738 women and 2,216 men. The remaining 8,555, it is more than half, registered job seekers. Actually, they were in employment but looking for better job opportunities. Madam Speaker, I'm informed that Statistics Mauritius does not produce the youth unemployment rate region-wise, given the relatively low number of households surveyed for continuous multipurpose household survey. However, I am tabling the information relating to the number of youth job seekers registered at the 12 employment information centers district-wise. As regards the education level, according to Statistics Mauritius, out of the 10,800 unemployed youth, some 2,900, representing 27%, possess qualification below school certificate level. That is Statistics Mauritius. However, according to information gathered from the 13 employment information centers as regard to young job seekers registered at these centers, the number of the percentage of unemployed job seekers that fail PESAC level, CPE or PESAC level, is 15%. 44% have attained up to Form 4. 22 have reached school certificate level. 11% have completed HSC, and 8% were graduates. Madam Speaker, with regard to Part B of the question, youth unemployment among graduates remains a pressing challenge in Mauritius. To address this issue, several employability enhancement programs are being implemented by my ministry to promote employment opportunities for young graduates, namely, first, Youth Unemployment Program. The Youth Unemployment Program provides for up to 2 years of placement in public or private sector and a stipend. For the period 2015 to 2026, 6,320 young graduates, including 2,533 men and 3,787 women, have benefited from this program, after which 60% have secured a permanent employment in the private sector after completion of the program. However, Madam Speaker, the Youth Employment Program is currently open only for those holding HSC and above, which represents only 19% of the number of young job seekers, thus depriving those having lower qualification from having an opportunity to join the program. My ministry is therefore looking into the possibility, with the assistance of the Ministry of Finance, to extend the program to all registered young job seekers, irrespective of their qualification, to facilitate their integration into the labor market. In addition, the stipend payable in the public sector today varies between 6,000 rupees to 12,000 rupees, whereas in the private sector is between 8,000 to 15,000, and in the private sector contributes another 8,000, another 10,000, another 15,000 to degree holders. So today there is a difference in the YEP as far as the stipend is concerned, and as a result, a number of youth are not joining the program for the public sector because they get only between 6,000 for HSC holder and up to 12,000 for postgraduate holders. The other scheme is a trainee engineer scheme. From October 2016 to March 2026, 1,069 placements were made across the public and private sector under the scheme. Despite provision for 35 million rupees in the present budget, placement of youth holding degrees in chemical, mechatronics, robotics, electronics, communication, telecommunication, aeronautical, industrial, and computer engineering has been very challenging due to a dearth of supervisors to oversee their 2 years training. So we have the money, we have the graduates, but we don't have supervisors to look after those potential engineers. So my ministry has made a request with the employer organization for their collaboration to ensure the placement of these graduates. Reskilling and upskilling of job seekers. To address reskilling and training needs of unemployed job seekers, including a young graduate, we are providing training to young unemployed in digital proficiency course, aging and managing disability, smart agribusiness and pastry making, so as to open up their career avenues. To date, 35 youth are enrolled in these courses. To promote employment opportunities, since early 2025, my ministry has already organized 4 regional job and training fairs in different parts of the island, resulting in the employment of 278 job seekers, including young graduates. The next job fair is scheduled in the Western region later this month. Another initiative to enhance employment of youth graduates is through Nous Travail, Nous l'Avenir program broadcasted on the NBC TV and radio, which was launched earlier this year in February to inform the public on labor trends and vacancies. An innovative component has been included in the form of a QR code at the end of the program, which can be scanned by viewers to link them to Mauritius.com platform, where they can apply for the advertised jobs. In addition, Madam Speaker, there is a range of activities organized at employment information centers to further support job seekers, including young graduates. These include organizing job dating, how to draft curriculum vitae, interviews, how to conduct interviews, and also career guidance sessions. Madam Speaker, over and above these measures, my ministry is in the process of acquiring a new software with an automatic matching mechanism with AI to increase efficiency in job matching. My ministry has, through the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Regional Integration and International Trade, sought technical assistance from France and India for the implementation of that project of job matching using AI technology. At the level of our ministry, we also intend to reinforce collaboration with the Career Guidance Services at the Ministry of Education and Human Resources, so that school leavers intending to pursue undergrad studies avoid saturated fields of studies and are geared toward emerging sectors. Finally, Madam Speaker, the time has come to revalorize certain professions, and my ministry is working with training institutions to address the issue of skills mismatch to meet the demand of the evolving labor market. Enhanced labor market intelligence and forecasting will also help anticipate future skills requirements and guide policy decisions. In the same vein, we are embarking on the implementation of a labor market information system, which is the first step towards the setting up of a labor market observatory with the collaboration of the SADC and the International Labour Organization to enable better mobility of workers at regional level. The above-mentioned measures will ensure that our young people, including young graduates, are not just employed, but meaningfully engaged in building a bright future for the benefit of the population and the country at large. Thank you.
Excuse me, I don't know if I'm the only one who feels very warm. Everybody is feeling warm. They're taking, I've already asked for, yeah, maybe, I don't know, let's hope so. I'm sorry. Dr. Daviaro, do you have a question?
Yes, I have 2 questions.
Yes,
Madam
of
Speaker.
course.
So could the Honourable Minister state what targeted measures are being implemented to address the imbalance of higher unemployment rate among young women?
Higher balance?
Yes, targeted measures
to
address.
This is a real concern. And in fact, my ministry has been working with the Ministry of Gender and also with employers group like Business Mauritius. And very often the answer we got is that there are certain issues with certain type of employment which is more geared towards men. Whereas in fact, there is a greater number of qualified women. We can see it from the result of HSC, SC, or even the graduate. The other explanation that was given to me is that there's a lot of women that after they are pregnant, after maternity, some of them doesn't want to come back to work or find it more difficult to resume work and have to choose to leave their baby behind. But we are very conscious about this problem, and we are working with the Ministry of Gender and the workers' organization to ensure that there is no discrimination on recruitment against women graduates.
Yes.
The Honourable Minister clarified that whether there are significant disparities between urban and rural areas, and how is the government addressing this?
In terms of unemployment, no, when you look at the list that I have table, it's quite evenly balanced. But I have it is evenly distributed, but I have to specify something, Madam Speaker. More than half of the young people who register themselves are already employed. And most of them, I don't know why, they have an obsession of being employed in government or in local government. So there are a lot of jobs available in the private sector. That is why we're having to have recourse to foreign workers, because there are jobs available in the private sector, but there is unfortunately a tendency for not just the young graduates, but generally for certain job seekers to prefer to go and work in government services and local government services.
Okay. One more? Yes?
And what measures are in place to evaluate the effectiveness of the programs, the schemes, the engineer,
all the programs?
All the programs.
Yeah. Yes, I mean, as I mentioned, this is something that ought to have been done years ago because these programs have existed. For example, I just gave you the answer. It's not working, and we are now going to try to extend it, not just for people with HSC qualification and above, but also those which don't have the qualification. Similarly, for the training of engineers, we're going to work with the organization, the training organization, to see how we can facilitate the training of those graduates.
Yes, Dr. Omia.
B359, please.
Madam Speaker, the Pharmacy Board is set up in accordance with Section 3 of the Pharmacy Act, inter alia, to exercise control over manufacture, importation, distribution, sale and possession of any drug, poison, delivered drug and psychotropic substance. The Pharmacy Board comprises a Chief Medical Officer, now Director General Health Services, a Chairperson. The Chief Government Pharmacist, now Director Pharmaceutical Services. C, 5 pharmacists appointed by the Minister. And D, a law officer designated by the Attorney General. The Act also provides for the Minister of Health to designate a government pharmacist to act as registrar of the board. On the other hand, the Health Supplements Committees and other committees set up at the level of the Ministry to examine requests for import of health supplements. It comprises the Director of Pharmaceutical Services, a Chairperson, 1 pharmacist from the public sector, 3 pharmacists from the private sector, the Chief Nutritionist, and the Director, Deputy Director of Public Health and Food Safety Unit. The government pharmacist is designated to act as Secretary to the committee. With regard to party of the question, Mr. Bian has been appointed the Registrar of the Pharmacy Board as from 3rd March 2026. It is worth pointing out that there was a backlog for registration of some 450 new pharmaceutical products. This was unacceptable, as there was a chronic shortage of pharmaceutical products both in the public and the private sectors, thus preventing delivery of appropriate healthcare services. There were also several grievances from various stakeholders regarding registration of products and issue of licenses for the operation of new pharmacies, among others. To remedy the situation, Mr. BN was appointed as Registrar of the Pharmacy Board in view of his experience and capacity in dealing with such matters. Since his appointment, the new Registrar has already completed the procedure for registration of some 60 products by the Pharmacy Board and has planned to complete the registration of the remaining products within a time frame of 3 months. Madam Speaker, I regard health supplements, which are similar to dietary supplements. They are not regulated under any legislation. However, they are assessed administratively by the Health Supplements Committee. Any prospective importer is required to submit the Good Manufacturing Practice certificates or equivalent documents, free sale certificates, and certificates of analysis. These documents are scrutinized by the Health Supplement Committee before authorization for import and marketing are granted. The authorization is valid for 1 year and may be renewed following assessment of any modification of the product. Upon arrival of the consignment to Mauritius, the importer has to submit the invoice to the pharmacy department of my ministry. This invoice is examined by a team of pharmacists who authorize the release of the product. The consignment is then subjected to a further visual verification by another pharmacist posted at the port or airport in the presence of customs and ASU officers prior to final release. However, if there is any suspicion that the product may contain prohibited substances, the customs department is mandated to detain the products and send them for analysis. I am informed that products containing cannabis and its derivatives are strictly prohibited in Mauritius, except medicinal cannabis. However, morphine and its derivatives, also listed in Schedule 2 of the Dangerous Drugs Act, are used at hospital level and in private clinics under strict medical surveillance. Such products are registered by the Pharmacy Board and are given special permit for importation by the Pharmacy Board. Madam Speaker, with regard to Part B of the question, I am informed that no authorization for importation of health supplements containing cannabis and morphine derivatives have been given either by the Pharmacy Board or the Health Supplement Committee since the appointment of Mr. BN and Mr. DG. However, I am informed that on 28 January 2026, clearance was given by the Pharmacy Division of my Ministry for importation of a consignment of homeopathic products subject to final authorization by the Customs Department. I am also informed that some products from the consignment have been detained by Customs as they were suspected of containing cannabis or morphine. The incriminated products have been sent for further analysis to the Forensic Science Laboratory. Appropriate action will be taken in the light of the results of the analysis, including seeking advice from Attorney General's office. Madam Speaker, a distinction to be made between health supplements and homeopathic preparations. Homeopathic preparations are very diluted preparations that are not regulated worldwide except for presence of heavy metals. In fact, homeopathic preparations are made using extreme dilution to the point where the original substance is present only in minute or non-detectable quantities. At such level, they do not have any drug-like narcotic effect. They cannot cause dependence on issues, and the original substance cannot be recovered in any meaningful amount. Madam Speaker, even though the preparations are not regulated, my ministry still applies quality assurance checks before allowing their importation. Any prospective importer has to submit the following documents: a letter of authorization from the prescribing doctor, the reason for the authorization, a written undertaking that the products were not for resale, good manufacturing practice certificate of its requirement, a license to manufacture homeopathic products issued by the Drug Licensing Authority for the manufacturer of the exporting country, a free sale certificate, a certificate of analysis, certificate of compliance for the invoice from the manufacturer. These measures ensure that even products outside the scope of Dangerous Drugs Act meet acceptable safety and quality standards. Madam Speaker, my ministry is also working on the Medical and Health Products Bill, which will cater for regulation of all medicines, health supplements, as well as homeopathic products, medical devices, in vitro diagnosis, cosmetics, complementary medicines, blood and blood products, alongside existing laws relating to regulation of the products. I am informed that a first draft of the bill, which has been prepared by a consultant, is being reviewed in consultation with the Attorney General's office.
Yes, Doctor.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Can the Honourable Minister confirm whether his ministry has sought information from the Financial Crime Services in regards to Mr. BN NDJ, who were interrogated, investigated in the Molnupiravir case, and are now today, despite having the vast and massive experience that we have heard, holding sensitive positions at the Pharmacy Board and the other one at the Health Commission Board.
Yes?
Yeah. Madam Speaker, this is a fact that these two gentlemen, they were detained in the previous government on charges. But the court has cleared the agency withdrew the case in one of them, and the second was cleared by the court, and they haven't seen any incriminating case against him. So all of us know that you are innocent unless you are proved guilty. If I'm going to listen to his line of reasoning, even in this very house, we have got friends, including me. I was charged with all types of immoral, unethical, and illegal cases. So was our Prime Minister, and another gentleman sitting by my side. But if I am going to believe in this, means all of us are accused then. I don't have the right to be in this house. But the common law, the common sense says that so long as you have not been proved guilty by a court of law, then you are innocent. Why should I deprive these two gentlemen of the rights when the big bosses are moving up and down the streets? Nothing has happened to them. They were mere pharmacists, and they got cleared by one by the court, another one by the very agency which wanted to bring him down. So my duty, unless and until they are proved guilty, they are bound to work in my ministry. I don't have any problem for that.
Okay, Minister, yes.
I've listened to the defensive attitude of the minister with
What
regards
defensive? The
to
truth.
them. But
Speaking the truth,
the
but
point
the truth.
is,
That was not
my question is, did his ministry ensure that the FCC is either no longer investigating on these two gentlemen, or is there still an investigation being carried out? Nonetheless, these two people can act at different levels, but not at a sensitive position where they were involved heavily, and I repeat, heavily, in the Molnupiravir case.
Madam Speaker, as simple as that. So long as they have not been charged again, if tomorrow there can be a case against A, B, C, D, or anybody in my ministry, of course actions will be taken. But the very fact that these gentlemen have suffered so much, as far back at 2023 they were cleared, and after 2 years after getting clearance from the state law office, then we have taken them back. And in my ministry, I need pharmacists, I need people, because there is a lack, a shortage. Just imagine 450 products were still pending in order to be registered. I have got plenty of problems, too much of problems. I couldn't have waited. But one thing is clear, they have been proved innocent, they are innocent. If tomorrow cases are lodged against them, I don't have any other alternative than to kick them out of the ministry. That's all I can say.
No, your question, it seems to me, was whether the FCC is still inquiring. So if I get you right, they're not.
Well, I'm not aware of this because I don't have any contact with the FCC. Only contact I have is with the state law office, because we have written to them and they have clearly maintained that we can take them back. But if in case I am aware that as far as Molnupiravir is concerned, the investigations is going on and there are big bosses who are involved in that, let FCC do its work, and if they find that these two gentlemen in one way or other have to be incriminated, they have done any wrong, then of course the law will follow its course.
Okay. One last question, yes.
In a different context. In the light of government commitments to combat drug abuse, what urgent measures his ministry has taken to implement to ensure that parapharmaceutical and homeopathic products are systematically tested to prevent any backdoor entry of narcotic or synthetic substances, irrespective of the minute amount that we may have, considering that we have a dangerous drug act in Mauritius?
I repeat over again that I have mentioned, though these homeopathic, those medicines are coming to Mauritius, they do not need any extra certificate, but I have mentioned a series of decisions that we have taken to ensure that everything is done in the perfect way. And at the same time, I have also mentioned that, we just passed the optical council bill. After that, we are having the medical council. And the third one is coming, the medical and health product bill, which will cater for regulations of all medicine, health supplements, as well as homeopathic products, medical devices, intro-diagnostic, cosmetics, everything. All these things will be taken care. But I can assure the honourable member, I'm really concerned about it. I'll see to it that not a single minute mistake be committed as far as the importation of these supplements concerned.
Thank you. Mr. Ramdas, yes? I'm looking here, but you're here.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. PQB 360.
Yes.
Madam Speaker, in regard to the project at La Tour des Hollandais, located at Vieux-Grand-Port, I am informed by the National Heritage Fund, which operates under the aegis of my ministry, that this National Heritage Building was restored and renovated in October 2020. However, since then, the building has remained closed to the public. I am further informed that following its restoration, the site was subject to misuse and acts of vandalism. However, instead of implementing appropriate management and security measures to ensure its proper utilization and valorization, the previous government opted to restrict access to the public. As a result of the prolonged closure of the site and the absence of regular maintenance during that period, the building has progressively fallen into a state of neglect. Madam Speaker, I am further informed that recent technical assessments carried out by the NHF are revealed a number of maintenance issues affecting the structure, including the development of a rust hole on the roof as a result of prolonged exposure to weathering. This has led to vegetation growth within the tower, posing potential safety risk concerns. Consequently, it has been deemed necessary to keep the site closed pending remedial works. The services of an engineer has been enlisted to look into the matter and propose remedial works. Madam Speaker, it is to be noted that in the past, while investments were made in the restoration of certain heritage infrastructure, there was a clear lack of strategic vision regarding their post-restoration management, valorization, and integration into a broader cultural and tourism framework. As a result, facilities such as La Tour des Hollandais remained underutilized after renovation, with no public access. This situation not only undermined the intended purpose of such investments, but also deprive both Mauritians and visitors to the opportunity to fully appreciate our rich historical heritage. Madam Speaker, this government is now adopting a new and forward-looking approach by placing heritage as a key pillar of cultural tourism and sustainable development. As part of this approach, La Tour des Hollandais could be considered as a potential site under the Heritage Stewardship Scheme. Once this scheme is finalized, whereby a partner could be engaged to ensure its regular opening to the public, proper upkeep, and its valorization through cultural, educational, and tourism-oriented activities. Madam Speaker, these measures will ensure that heritage infrastructure is no longer left dormant, but is actively preserved, managed, and utilized as a driver of economic activity, community engagement, and enhanced cultural visibility in line with the objectives of the Government Programme 2025-2029. Thank you.
Yes. Yes, Mr. Ramdas.
Madam Speaker, as rightly pointed out by the Honourable Minister, we're here talking of a national heritage building, a potential place of attraction for tourists.
I don't hear you.
A potential place of attraction for tourists
Yes.
seeking to learn about the history of Mauritius. May we have a timeline as to the reopening, or rather the opening thereof, by the Honourable Minister?
Short, please. Minister.
As soon as the Stewardship Award scheme is ready, we'll go forward to open the space you are looking for. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Lubin.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. B361, please.
Madam Speaker, I thank the Honourable Member for this very pertinent question. Madam Speaker, the Supreme Court of India has, on the 15th of January 2026, in the case of Tiber Global International Holdings versus the Authority for Advanced Rulings, issued a ruling which had cast doubt on the scope of the grandfathering of investments made before 1st April 2017 and negotiated during the protocol amending the India-Mauritius Double Taxation Avoidance Agreement in 2016. This has caused much concern across the financial services sector, which, as the House is aware, is the first pillar of the Mauritian economy. Madam Speaker, following the entry into force of the Protocol of 2016, amending the India-Mauritius DTA, the right to tax capital gains arising from sales of shares held in an Indian company by an investor who is a tax resident in Mauritius was as follows. Shares acquired before 31st March 2017 were fully grandfathered and would be taxed in Mauritius. Shares acquired as from 1st of April 2017, if sold before 31st March 2019, 50% would be taxed in India. And any shares acquired after 31st March 2019 may be taxed solely by India. Madam Speaker, the ruling unsettled one of the most fundamental assurances given to foreign investors in India, therefore exposing bona fide established structures to the risk of being subjected to the application of the general anti-avoidance rules under the Chapter 10A of the India Income Tax Rule 1962. Madam Speaker, I wish to inform the House that following the Supreme Court ruling, this government initiated immediately a series of high-level initiatives to find appropriate solutions. The Cabinet was apprised on the following day, on 16th of January 2026, and I chaired a meeting which was attended by the Governor of the Central Bank, the Chief Executive of the Financial Services Commission, the representatives from the Mauritius Ministry of Finance, Mauritius Revenue Authority, Mauritius Finance, and financial services professionals from the industry to assess the impact of the judgment on the global business sector. During the meeting, the members, it was agreed that in the aftermath of the Supreme Court judgment, the Mauritius IFC was confronted with two main challenges. First, how to ascertain that the existing transactions made before 1st April 2017, which were grandfathered under the Protocol of 2016, remain protected. And second, how to ascertain that entities which are resident in Mauritius demonstrate sufficient substance to be eligible for exemptions under the India-Mauritius DTA. Madam Speaker, in February 2026, the Honourable Prime Minister, Dr. Navin Ramgoolam, directly raised the issue with the Prime Minister of India, Shri Narendra Modi, reaffirming the strength of the strategic partnership between the two countries. During a bilateral meeting with the Indian Prime Minister, Narendra Modi, he discussed the India-Mauritius Double Taxation Avoidance Agreement. Prime Minister Modi assured of the continued stance of India of not taking any action that would undermine the existing economic benefits that Mauritius currently enjoys under the DTA. In parallel, during a mission in February in India, I met with Mr. Ravi Agarwal, the chairman of the CBDT, and Mr. Arvind Srivastava, secretary of the Department of Revenue, to share the concerns of the industry and of our government following the Tiger Global case. Madam Speaker, as the House may be aware, within weeks of those discussions held with the Indian authorities, on 31st March 2026, the Central Board of Direct Taxes of India moved to correct this position through the Rule 128 of the Income Tax Amendment Rules 2026, which has been gazetted to restore in explicit legislative terms the grandfathering protection that the court has effectively diluted. It is noted that the concerns were well received by the Indian authorities, demonstrating that they are attentive to our requests. Madam Speaker, this is a clear evidence of the success of the economic diplomacy taken at the highest level by the Prime Minister with the Indian Prime Minister. This measure thus reaffirms the grandfathering protection established by the 2016 protocol amending the DTA between India and Mauritius, paving the way for a revival of confidence among foreign investors regarding Mauritius. Hence, as from the 1st of April 2026, investors, international investors, can rest assured that the transfer of investment made before April 1st, 2017 will remain exempt from GAR. Madam Speaker, insofar as the future structures are concerned, in order to ensure that our operators continue to benefit from the remaining incentives under the DTA, works are currently being underway to consider reviewing the conditions for the issuance of tax residence certificate in order to provide the necessary comfort to the Indian authorities. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Levine first.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. May I ask the Honourable Minister, with regards to the Financial Services Commission, has they conducted any impact assessment on any potential capital outflows or restructuring of the global business entities following this judgment?
I did ask that question, Madam Speaker, and there was no major outflows or companies leaving the Mauritian jurisdiction, and that's why we acted very swiftly and quickly and quite aggressively at various levels to get this sorted out.
Yes, second, yes.
Is the Minister in a position to provide data with regard to whether there has been any recent decline in India-focused investment flows routed through Mauritius since this ruling?
I can say that in general, since the 2016 protocol was amended, there had been a decline, and Mauritius, as it's widely known, lost its place as the first FDI driver to India. And Singapore and US were sort of first, second, and Mauritius is sort of back as second position. I am not aware of major outflows, but I can certainly ask FSC to provide data regarding the post-Tiger Global judgment. But as far as I asked that question, the answer was there has not been major outflows.
Okay, Mr. Rukni.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Has the Ministry specifically engaged with the Financial Services Commission and the Economic Development Board to quantify the number of global business licensed entities currently exposed to the enhanced scrutiny under the India's GAR framework following this judgment?
I can certainly ask the question.
Yes, yes, second.
So, Madam Speaker, does the Minister accept that given Mauritius' long-standing role as the preferred gateway for FDI into India through its global business sector, this judgment represents a structural threat to that positioning? And if so, what is the government's contingency plan?
As I answered, as I said in my answer, Madam Speaker, it did raise a lot of concerns after the judgment came, but the initiative taken by this government and the ruling the rule that was published in the Government Gazette of India has secured our investments that were made prior to 1st April 2017. As regards the future one, as I said, we are working, the ministry, the MRA, the AG's office, to see how we can ensure that we can reassure the Indian authorities regarding substance requirements.
Yes.
Allow me to rephrase. What I meant was, if the India route is a dying route, what will be our contingency plan to keep the global business sector alive?
Madam Speaker, I can reassure the member that India route is not a dying route. As I said, we were first and then we sort of became third. Now we are back at the second place. So it's of course a very competitive environment, and that's why we have to be kept on our toes all the time. But it's definitely not a dying route. What the ministry is doing is that we have to keep on consolidating the India market, but we as a sector, we have to also diversify. That's why we are working on an Africa strategy, and that's why more and more focus is also going into diversifying our markets into Africa.
Yes. Yes, one more.
Yes, thank you.
Maybe one last.
One last, yes.
Yes.
Yes. May I ask the Honourable Minister, are there immediate plans to renegotiate or further clarify provisions of this treaty with India to safeguard our jurisdiction after this judgment? Immediate plans to renegotiate.
Madam Speaker, that is a good intention to have. We have been trying to negotiate that for a long time. But I understand that the Indian side, I myself have met them at least twice since last year, but I understand that they cannot bring Mauritius different from other countries because they have relationship with so many other countries. So on a multilateral basis, they cannot do that. So we will have to compete on an international level. But I am reassured that in Mauritius, we are doing what needs to be done as a sector from a government and regulatory point of view, but also as an industry that we can promote and grow and maintain our Indian market as strong as possible.
Yes, all right. Now the next one is going to be replied by the Minister of Local Government, Ms. Laundering.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. B362, please.
Yes, Madam Speaker, with your permission, I shall reply to PQ 362. Madam Speaker, local authorities carried out the cleaning of drains and the desilting of rivers and canals on a continuous basis. These operations are conducted in close collaboration with the Land Drainage Authority, which identifies priority areas annually. In addition, regular site inspections are undertaken within their respective jurisdiction to monitor the condition of waterways and to ensure timely intervention where required. However, Madam Speaker, illegal dumping by certain members of the public remains a significant contributing factor to the obstruction of waterways and resulting flooding risk, as the Honourable Member said. With regard to Part 1 of the question, I am advised that over the past 2 years, a total of 525 cases of illegal dumping in drains, rivers, and canals have been reported to local authorities, the Police de l'Environnement, and the Environment and Climate Change Division. A detailed breakdown of these cases, including action taken, fines issued, and nuisance abatement, is being tabled for the benefit of the House. Out of these cases, 14 cases resulted in fines being paid, 96 cases led to nuisance abatement, and 3 cases are currently under inquiry. Madam Speaker, prosecution in such matters remain challenging, as these offences are often committed at odd hours and in many instances without direct evidence or identifying offenders. Nevertheless, enforcement action continue wherever sufficient evidence is available, particularly through the issuance of fixed penalty notices and follow-up intervention by the Police de l'Environnement. Madam Speaker, with regard to Part A, second, the local authorities, the Police de l'Environnement, and other relevant agencies have adopted a coordinated and proactive approach particularly in known illegal dumping hotspots. All these measures include identified monitoring and surveillance in vulnerable areas, regular cleanup and desilting operations, installation of appropriate signage in dumping-prone locations, strengthened enforcement by the Police de l'Environnement and Police Division, deployment of the Emergency Response Service, that is ERS, and Divisional Support Unit, DSU, to monitor and intercept suspicious activities, strengthening neighborhood watch groups, public awareness and sensitization campaigns, sensitization of land owners on their legal responsibilities, public education on the provision of the Environment Act 2024. These measures are ongoing and are continuously reinforced. Madam Speaker, with regard to Part B of the question, I wish to inform the House that a robust legal framework is already in place to address illegal dumping. Under the Local Government Act 2011, notably Section 61, Part 11, it is an offence to deposit waste, including builders' rubble, vehicle wreck, and other materials in drains, rivers, canals, or public places. Furthermore, the Environment Act 2024 provides for additional enforcement mechanisms, including ISO abatement notices with stringent penalties, fixed penalty notices currently set at 25,000 rupees, enhanced action for dumping in environmentally sensitive areas, and strict penalties for offences in coastal and maritime zones. A document outlining these legal provisions is being tabled for the benefit of the Honourable Member. Madam Speaker, Government is also actively considering further measures to strengthen the existing legislative framework. For the financial year 2026-2027, proposals have been submitted to review and increase fixed penalties, including the doubling of certain fines. Measures are under consideration to harmonize and enhance penalties for littering and illegal dumpings, and the introduction of community service as a section for repeat offenders is being examined in consultation with the Attorney General Office. Madam Speaker, I am also chairing regular coordination meeting with chief executives and health inspectors of local authorities to strengthen enforcement, improve interagency coordination, and ensure sustained action against illegal dumping and its associated public health and flooding risks, among others items. My last meeting was held on Monday, 6 April 2026. Madam Speaker, Government remains fully committed to reinforcing enforcement, enhancing public awareness, and strengthening the legal framework to effectively combat illegal dumping and mitigate its impact on drainage system and flooding. With these measures are being implemented across the island, sustained success requires close collaboration between different ministries and the public. In this respect, I wish to assure the Honourable Members that my ministry and local authorities remain fully receptive to any specific representation, including the identification of particular hotspot within her constituency or elsewhere. Should any additional information, proposal, or suggestion be brought forward, these will be duly examined and appropriate site visit and targeted intervention will be carried out promptly in collaboration with all relevant stakeholders. This approach ensures that our response remains proactive, evidence-based, and focused on priority areas in the interest of protecting public health, preserving the environment, and reducing flood risks.
Yes, Mr. Leon, yes.
Could the Honourable Minister state whether consideration is being given to introducing stricter liability provisions as a means of deterrence?
Yes, Madam Speaker. We have fixed penalty notices currently set at 25,000 rupees, and for the financial year 2026-2027, the proposal has already been submitted to review and to increase fixed penalties, including doubling of certain fines.
Yes.
And can the Honourable Minister state whether in all the known illegal dumping hotspots there are CCTV surveillance?
Yes, Madam Speaker, I have already listed a series of mitigating measures. So increase the use of safe city cameras also is considered. is one among.
Okay, fine. Okay, now Mr. Francois, second member for Rodrigues.
Yes, thank you. B/363.
Madam Speaker, I am informed by the National Archives Department that the digitization program, which is an ongoing exercise, has already enabled under phase 1 and 2 approximately 1.3 million pages to be successfully scanned, indexed, and uploaded on the document management system. These records comprise a wide range of archival materials dating back to the colonial period, including secretariat correspondences, official government papers, administrative records, judicial and magistracy records, as well as other historical documents of national and heritage value. I am further informed that the National Archives Department is currently finalizing the scope of services and the bidding documents for the implementation of phase 3 of the project, whereby about 400,000 archival records will be digitized. Madam Speaker, as regards documents of heritage value pertaining to Rodrigues, I am informed that all the 101 volumes of archival records representing approximately 50,000 pages have already been scanned and digitized as at date. These include secretariat correspondences, secretariat papers, and Rodrigues magistracy letters covering the period from 1795 to 1929. The process of the uploading and indexing these records on the document management system is ongoing. I am further informed that the Archives Department is already providing access to scanned records upon request, including from the Rodrigues Regional Assembly. However, the document management system has not yet been deployed for online access, as there are some technical issues with the system and which are currently being looked into. Moreover, to facilitate the sharing of archived information with our counterparts in Rodrigues, a memorandum of understanding between the National Archive Department and the Rodrigues Regional Assembly is currently being finalized by my ministry. Madam Speaker, I wish to highlight the House that the initiative of digitizing our archival records, including the records pertaining to Rodrigues, form part of government's broader strategy to both preserve archival heritage and progressively enhance access to historical records through modern digital platforms and strengthen institutional collaboration. Thank you.
Yes.
I thank the Honourable Minister for his answer. May I know from the Honourable Minister, being given the public and we from Rodrigues can't get access to online to the readily available digitalized archive system, can you inform the House what is the time frame to allow access thereof? Approximately the time frame. Do we have a time frame?
Time frame, if you can.
As I said in my reply, there are some technical issues on the system. As soon as it is okay, we are working on it. It will be shortly.
Good. Mr. Edouard, last question. No?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. B364.
Madam Speaker, I am informed by the NLTA that there is currently one vehicle examination center in Rodrigues, which is manned by a vehicle examiner of the NLTA, posted to Rodrigues on a tour of service of 1 year. With regard to part A of the question, I am informed that the vehicle examination center was closed for 1 day on 20th of March 2026 due to the absence of the vehicle examiner. And a notice to that effect was issued to inform the public through a communiqué posted at both the NLTA office at Belascar and also at the Vehicle Examination Center of Port-Maturin as from Monday, 16 March 2026, so that the public was informed, so to speak, and I have a copy of the communiqué. I can table it. The center resumed its activity on the following day, I am further informed. I am Further inform also that it has been the practice for the Vehicle Examination Centre to be closed when the said officer is on leave. Madam Speaker, as regard to Part B of the question, I am informed by the NLTA that the appointment of a locally based examiner for the setting up of a private examination facility has also been examined in line with my reply to PQ B864 of 7 October 2025. However, I'm made to understand that in view of the size of the vehicle population in Rodrigues and the relatively low number of vehicles requiring examination, averaging some 160 vehicles per week, that is about 32 vehicles per day, the level of activity remains insufficient to sustain a dedicated facility on a viable basis. It is apposite to highlight that the setting up of such a facility requires significant capital investment and reasonably high operational cost. This is the reason why no one has ever expressed interest to launch into that activity. Nevertheless, like I've stated in my reply, my ministry has requested the NLTA to launch an expression of interest for inviting vehicle examination stations currently in Mauritius to extend their services to Rodrigues, and if they should find the initial investment to be too high for them to be done on a solo basis, that they may join with other examination operation centers in Mauritius so as to submit a joint proposal in the spirit of social contribution, so to speak, for the sake of road safety. The quest for developing social capacity, however, for enhancement of the equipment will nevertheless continue to be explored. My ministry will be attentive to all proposals that may bring a lasting solution to the prevailing situation.
Yes, all right.
Madam Speaker.
You've got 1 minute left.
May I ask the Honourable Minister if there is a memorandum of understanding, if not, if he will consider one with the Rodrigues Regional Assembly for NLTA services in Rodrigues. Thank you.
I believe there should be one because NLTA has been posted in Rodrigues for a long time now, but then this if that needs to be reviewed, we'll do so.
Thank you. Time is up. Now, the table has been advised that the following PQs have been withdrawn. PQ 367, 383, 376, 386, 395, 392, 379, 382, 323, 393, 377, 388. Il y en a qui sont dépassés déjà là. Hein? 374, 396, 384, 371, 373, 380, 386, 397, 389, 366, 365, 370. Table has advised me. I trust it is correct. Yes, maybe motion?
Motion.
Yes? Yes.
Madam Speaker, I move that all business on today's order paper be exempted from the provisions of paragraph 2 and Standing Order 10.
It has to be seconded. Thank you. Question is that all the business on today's order paper be exempted from the provisions of paragraph 2 of Standing Order 10. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Now let's break for half an hour. Let's come back at 16h30. On revient à 16h30.
Public Bills, second reading.
Honourable members, normally the Leader of the House would have been speaking much later. Let me refer you to Standing Order 39, which says, no member shall address the Assembly on a particular question after the speech, if any, of the Leader of the House, except the mover of a motion for his or her winding up speech, unless the Leader of the House has indicated to the Speaker his or her intention of addressing the Assembly at an early stage in the debates, which is the case for the Prime Minister. So, Prime Minister, you have the floor on the second reading.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's because I have to catch a plane, basically. Let me first of all, Madam Speaker, commend the Honourable Minister of Financial Services and Economic Planning for introducing this very important legislation, which provides for amendments to no fewer than 21 pieces of legislation. 21, Madam Speaker. The amendments are necessary to ensure that our framework for anti-money laundering, combating the financing of terrorism, and countering proliferation financing is fully aligned with the updated Financial Action Task Force FATEC standards. They will place Mauritius in a stronger position for the forthcoming mutual evaluation exercise by the Eastern and Southern African Anti-Money Laundering Group, which is scheduled to start in 2027. The House will recall, Madam Speaker, following the mutual evaluation exercise carried out by the Eastern and Southern Africa Anti-Money Laundering Group in 2018, Mauritius was obliged, I stress on the word obliged, to implement the recommended action to address the deficiencies and shortcomings in its AML-CFT-CPF framework. However, after that, the previous government failed to implement the recommended actions effectively. Consequently, in February of 2020, Mauritius was placed on the FATF list of jurisdictions under increased monitoring. That is the FATF grey list. Mauritius was also placed on the high-risk third countries list of both the European Union and the United Kingdom. The then government, again, was compelled urgently to take appropriate action to comply with the requirements of FATF. It was only then that Mauritius escaped from the grey list. They were in the grey list before we came to power in 2005. Subsequently, the country was delisted from the European Union and United Kingdom list of high-risk third countries. But that government failed to draw the lessons of its inaction because nothing further was done. So, upon assuming office, we undertook a comprehensive and rigorous assessment of our AML-CFT-CPF framework in line with the revised FATF recommendations. This government is fully committed to the necessary action to ensure full compliance with the FATF standards and to strengthen the effectiveness of our system in combating money laundering, terrorist financing, and proliferation financing. Madam Speaker, we shall spare no effort to ensure that Mauritius does not find itself on the FATF grey list again, because a return to the grey list would have far-reaching and damaging consequences for our financial services sector and the economy as a whole. We acted decisively to implement a comprehensive set of measures to ensure our full preparedness for the forthcoming mutual evaluation exercise. First, we have taken immediate measures to enhance the effectiveness of our institutions. We reinstated the primacy of the Director of Public Prosecutions in criminal proceedings, so dangerously and deliberately undermined during a decade of unconstitutional abuse. We will ensure that the FCC, the Financial Crimes Commission, is able to focus on its core mandate of investigation and enforcement. Today, the statistics speak for themselves. Since November 2024, some 400 investigations have already been initiated. Very soon, we shall introduce into this House, I must say, the most far-reaching and radical reform of our systems of law enforcement and prosecution that this country has seen, probably since the 19th century. I'm sure since the 19th century. They are the most radical and far-reaching reform that this country would have seen. Those reforms will entrench a new culture of independence, impartiality, and effectiveness into the detection, investigation, and prosecution of serious and complex crimes. Second, we have put in place the necessary governance structure to drive our reform agenda. An interministerial committee co-chaired by the Attorney General and the Minister for Financial Services and Economic Planning has been set up to steer and coordinate all the preparatory efforts. This committee provides strategic guidance on priority reform, strengthens the coordination across the 16 competent authorities, and oversees the effective implementation of the National AML CFT CPF reforms agenda. The Interministerial Committee is further supported by the core group on AML, CFT, and CPF under the chairmanship of the Financial Secretary. I'm maintaining a close oversight of the work carried out by both the Interministerial Committee and the core group. Third, Madam Speaker, within this relatively short period, we have made significant and tangible progress with critical AML, CFT, CPF initiatives. These include the completion of the National Risk Assessment, providing an up-to-date understanding of the evolving money laundering and terrorist financing risk facing our country. B, the completion of a dedicated risk assessment for non-profit organizations. C, the formulation of a comprehensive national AML CFT CPF strategy for the period 2026 to 2029. And D, the development of a robust administrative penalty framework to ensure that non-compliance with our legislation is effectively detected, addressed, and also sanctioned. Fourth, Madam Speaker, we have effectively enforced the UN Financial Prohibition, Arms Embargo and Travel Ban Sanction Act, and based on evidence gathered, already 3 individuals have been listed under the sanction regime for their links to terrorist financing activities. Fifth, despite severe fiscal constraints, we are providing the necessary financial resources to build capacity and recruit critical expertise to ensure the sustained implementation of our AML CFT CPF reforms. Madam Speaker, let me now turn to some key amendments being brought to this legislation, falling under the purview of my office and that of the Ministry of Finance. First, the Bank of Mauritius Act and the Banking Act. These amendments aim to enhance the effectiveness of supervision and enforcement by the Bank of Mauritius. They also facilitate timely information sharing with law enforcement authorities where there is a suspicion of an offense. Second, the Companies Act. The amendment provides for a clearer and more structured definition of a beneficial owner, ensuring consistent interpretation and application across entities. This ensures, Madam Speaker, that the true individuals who ultimately own or control business activities may no longer hide and operate behind corporate structures and remain beyond the reach of institutions. We see so many times people using prête-nom. I tell them, game over. Third, the Gambling Regulatory Authority Act. The gambling sector continues to present heightened exposure to illicit financial flows. The proposed amendments are intended to reinforce regulatory oversight, strengthen control mechanisms, and enhance compliance measures, thereby safeguarding the sector against money laundering risk. Fourth, the Income Tax Act and the Mauritius Revenue Authority Act. These acts are being amended to reinforce the powers of the Mauritius Revenue Authority, enhance coordination among the competent authorities, and ensure that illicit gains do not escape scrutiny. And fifth, the United Nations Financial Prohibitions, Arms Embargo and Travel Ban Sanctions Act is being amended to further strengthen the implementation of targeted financial sanctions. Madam Speaker, I should remind the House of the chaotic situation prevailing before the elections in November 2024. In the institutions, we were supposed to combat fraud, corruption, and financial crime. There was total incoherence in the way these institutions were operating. There was no collaboration or exchange of information among them. They had over the years developed, I think willingly, a silo mentality with consequences that I need not rehearse now. We all recall how drug traffickers, money launderers, and those engaged in criminal activities were having a field day, where the rule of law was daily abused in our public life by the behavior of those who were supposed to be looking after safeguarding this security. Today, our institutions are once again functioning without fear or favor and in collaboration for the public good. As I've said, Madam Speaker, the House will imminently have the opportunity to make further profound reforms to strengthen the independence and effectiveness of those institutions. It is not only domestic voices, it is not just me or members of the House. The 2026 report of the respected VDEM Institute, which is based in Sweden, published recently the following observation, and I quote, Madam Speaker. It says, the 2024 general elections brought a change in government and halted authoritarian transgressions, unquote. Halted authoritarian transgressions. This is what the MSM was doing daily. It is worth dwelling on those words, Madam Speaker. Transgressions were indeed the modus operandi of the previous government. So deep and so widespread was the abuse, extending to the very top of government, encompassing even those trusted with the task of ensuring the integrity of our system of law enforcement, that their imagination shrinks from the prospect for our nation had they succeeded in their objects. This House will recall the statements I made here last year, reporting the conclusions of international experts. They haven't actually concluded it completely, but on the Orwellian technology, if I may use the word, secretly installed by the previous government, illegally to intercept and spy on communications and social media of the entire nation, believe it or not. We will come with proof on this. Even Honourable Jubal was there, he was being listened to. Judges were being listened to. Well, what was happening? Everybody, yes, of course, me and people in the opposition, yes, but even people in the government, they were being listened to. Not just political opponents, the whole population. The House will also recall with disgust the ugly window thrown open by the moustache leaks on the inside workings of an autocratic and immoral regime. They even went to the extent of defaming Virgin Mary. The Commissioner of Police of all that, he did that and was tolerated. Nothing. I know the Honourable Juval's father went to see the Prime Minister on this. I know that. And told him, you have to remove this guy. No, you get lost. His hands were tied. When you do dirty big business with people, your hands get tied. That is the problem. The VDEM views on Mauritius reflect the seriousness of the purpose of this government, to ensure that our institutions operate transparently and independently, and never again go back to the sinister and dark path charted by this discredited regime. But I'm glad to say, Madam Speaker, that with the Global Financial Centers Index published on the 26th of March of this year, Mauritius has now gained 8 places and ranks in the 50th position globally. This achievement did not happen by itself. It is testament to the strategic focus of this government to enhance our regulatory frameworks and protect our reputation as the trusted international financial center. Madam Speaker, I want to refresh the memory of those who seem to be suffering from selective amnesia, and particularly those who are desperately trying to re-emerge on the political scene. I think he's not here, Minister Patrick Savaden mentioned the name, Alvaro Sobrino. Described by the Organized Crime and Corruption Reporting Project, and I quote, look what it says. Yeah, I will say that. Angolan banker who led an Angolan bank that collapsed with billions of dollars of unexplained debts, linked to a scheme to siphon off hundreds of millions of dollars of government-backed financing. Yet, this man was given red carpet treatment in Mauritius, granted access to the VIP lounge, not once, not twice, 31 times. 31 times. And he was not alone. There were others of dubious background who were facilitated and fettered as investigation into the collapsed Silvermec is now beginning to show us. In fact, I should say, Madam Speaker, this Mr. Sobrino, I didn't realize, because I never met him, but somehow he found his way to the PMO. He called my secretary, and he said he needs to meet the Prime Minister. It's urgent. He was not on when I give appointments, if I give up an appointment to Mr. Duval, I will see him alone, not with somebody else. I need to know who comes in my office. So, I tell you when I'm Speaker. So my secretary, my PA
haven't met him yet. He said you didn't meet him, but you haven't met him yet.
No, I haven't met him. Yeah. I was giving an example. Even somebody in the opposition, I will meet only an appointment. And so my secretary came to see me and said, there's this man here, Mr. Sobrino, who says he needs to see you. I said, why? Does he have an appointment? No. But why does he want to see me? He said to my secretary, I have millions of dollars to invest in Mauritius. You know, when you come in the office of the Prime Minister and you say, I've got millions of dollars to invest, what does it mean? It means, meet me, I'll give you some millions. That's what it means. That was what was happening before. And I said to my secretary, if he wants to invest in Mauritius, he doesn't have to come and see the Prime Minister. Go to the Board of Investment. This is where they look at investment. So I threw him out. He was not happy, but he went. And I must say at that time, the Board of Investment did due diligence. They thought his money was dubious, of dubious sources, and they rejected his millions that he was bringing in Mauritius. They rejected it. What did he do, you think, Madam Speaker? He came back to my office, told my secretary, these people in the Board of Investment don't understand anything. They've rejected my project. I must see the Prime Minister. So again, my secretary came to see me. I said, tell him, if the Board of Investment has rejected his demands, then I have nothing to do with it. He must get out of the country. This is how I treated him. And this is the very man who came after I lost the election. He was given red carpet treatment 31 times. And he was not alone, as I said, there were others. In 2015, Mr. Sobrino was granted a global business license category 1. and the authorization to operate collective investment schemes by the Financial Services Commission at the time, chaired at the time by late Dave Van Raj. In 2016, Mr. Sobino was issued as an investment advisor unrestricted license and an investment banking license by the same FSC. Let me remind the House who conducted and how was due diligence. You must do due diligence. How was due diligence done on Mr. Sobino? Well, done by eye contact. I quote the former Deputy Prime Minister Ivan Kolendavilou, who said, lawyer, who said, what is all this nonsense? He said, avoir regardé dans les yeux de M. Sobrino, je peux dire que ce dernier est crédible. That is why I said we don't have to do due diligence, just get this man to come and look at the prospective investor. This is what he meant. And he's trying to give us lessons. How can a supposedly, allegedly eminent lawyer says his due diligence, I look at his face as you know he's innocent. Alvaro Sobrino was issued an investment banking license after those procedures had been transferred from the Bank of Mauritius to the FSC. Now, it is important to realize in what circumstances were these amendments made? And why were they made? I'll tell you why. Because the then governor of the Bank of Mauritius, Mr. Bassentrai, flatly refused to give Mr. Sobrino an investment banking license in spite of the pressure being put on him. He refused. The Banking Act was amended in catimini to remove investment banking business from the definition of a bank so that only the Financial Services Commission thereafter regulated this business. Consequently, amendments were brought to the Financial Services Act. All this to grant Mr. Sobrino his license that the governor of the bank then thought he should not be given such a license. And remember how in 2017, on a Saturday morning, a special meeting of the board of the FSC was called, chaired by Mr. Dave Van Raj, late Dave Van Raj. It was convened to put pressure to amend the law. I must say to the House, perhaps some people don't know it, the then Solicitor General, Mr. Diren Deby, he was the vice chairperson of the board. He refused to be associated with the said maneuvers, in spite of all the pressures. Further to the Saturday morning meeting, when he said he will not agree, Mr. Deby and 3 other members of the board resigned from their position. They didn't look at the money, the per diem, whatever. They resigned from their positions at the FSC. And I'll tell you who the 3 others were. Mr. Warda Dulma Ibrahim, Mr. Roy Ramlakan, and Mr. Jacques Lichon. These are the men of principles who resisted pressure. You know, recently, when the IMF were here, the people from the IMF were here, they were asking us, but when the finance minister was manipulating figures, we can't understand, this is a democratic state. Why everybody kept quiet? I don't want to say the words because the lady is here. But they don't have the guts. They kept quiet, afraid. I always say, you know what Shakespeare said? The coward's die many deaths before the death. The valiant taste of death but once. This is what we should do. We pray every day. We are a nation who prays. But this is what we should do. We should not be afraid. We must do what must be done. The Sobrino affair, Madam Speaker, involves shady dealings, investment in property schemes to the tune, believe it or not, of 52 million, and the purchase of luxury cars for millions of rupees. The same Mr. Sobrino was authorized to purchase 131 villas and apartments worth more than 1 billion rupees at Balaclava under the vente en état futur d'achèvement. Yeah, VEFA. The above demonstrates to what extent in the 2014 and 24 days money laundered through property development and property acquisition was welcome as if foreign investment was going up. And if you look at the list, we are looking at the list, you will see who are the people who got flats and apartments. They will have to respond. Don't think we've forgotten. It's taking time, but they will have to explain all this. It's coming, I can tell you. Another example is the Silver Bank saga. Let me mention the troubling circumstances under which a banking license was issued to Silver Bank, formerly I think it was called Banyan Tree Bank, in November 2021. First, we should ask a pertinent question. Who is it who recommended Mr. Pratik Gupta to take over Banyan Tree? Who was it? Where did he come from? Nowhere? There was reasonable cause to believe that the capital of Silver Bank was potentially impaired and that its directors could have engaged in practices detrimental to the interests of its depositors. Silver Bank had absolutely no track record. Its ultimate beneficial owners had no banking experience. And the bank, which is currently under investigation by the Financial Crimes Commission, deceived thousands of Mauritians. I see some people are protesting. They should go and protest to these people who allowed this to happen. We are putting order in these things. Government-related, this is unbelievable, but I will tell you. Government, before Silver Bank came into the picture, a circular was issued by the Ministry of Finance, the previous regime, requesting government-related entities to invest their surplus cash into treasury certificates because they are much safer. Issued from the Ministry of Finance, and the Bank of Mauritius was involved, to put the money where it is safer. This very ministry then purposely, to create a misleading enhancement of the bank's balance, they decided to issue a circular, this very government, to tell the related entities, that is the Municipal Council, Sugar Insurance Fund, I think National Insurance Company and all that. They invested a total of 3.55 billion rupees in the Silver Bank. They had issued the circular. They contradicted themselves. Issued another circular now. Put the money in Silver Bank. And look at the result. Who is losing money now? Yes. But they thought this country belongs to them. They can do what they want. Huh? Yeah. This was, as I said, purposely done to create the misleading impression that of the enhancing the balance of the bank's balance sheet. This decision to invest so much money in such a bank was outright incompetence bordering on criminal offense. They had a duty to safeguard public funds. I hope this Creole, speaking Creole in Parliament, will come earlier even. Because many people don't understand. In Creole, I could have said it better. C'est un criminel qui prend la monnaie des peuples, il fait investir dans la banque qu'ils ont chiconné pour couler du bois. C'est ça qu'il doit faire. What is even more unexplainable, as I said, they issued the circular, a clear dereliction of duty in safeguarding public funds. The serious mismanagement, Madam Speaker, fictitious guarantees, recklessness pertaining to loan reimbursement led to the toxicity of the loan portfolio of Silver Bank. This is how they operated. And we all know what happened. We are sitting on it now. Silver Bank was placed under conservatorship in February 2024. A monthly conservatorship of 3.5 million rupees was payable to whom? Grant Thornton Advisory Services. When who was that director? The close friend of the former Prime Minister. Close friend. Outside he was making a campaign against Muslims. And yet his close friend was this man. And we all know his name, Sattar Haji Abdullah. Haji and all of all things. I need to add, Madam Speaker, that during this process, several potential investors expressed interest to acquire Silver Bank. This happened even when Mr. Ramastanan was governor of the bank. But then they all, one by one, when they saw what was on the paper, on the balance sheet, they disappeared. Only one prospective investor submitted an application. But his application, I can say, I think, he wanted to get the bank, but not take the debts. How can we do that? He was asking for more time. The bank, in the interest of depositors and creditors, the Bank of Mauritius has been engaging with the prospective investor and granted several extensions to each successive deadline. There were deadlines, again deadline, to enable them to see what they can do. On March 30th of this year, the Bank of Mauritius, that was the last deadline, did not receive any application. After careful consideration of all the facts and information available, the board of the Bank of Mauritius on the 30th of March of this year decided to terminate the conservatorship of Silver Bank. Mr. Hulse Biltu of KPMG Mauritius has now been appointed as receiver of Silver Bank. Madam Speaker, the scandals I referred to earlier, gave a severe blow to our hard-earned reputation as a credible international financial center. They illustrate the kind of occult interests and influences which were encouraged and provided by the previous regime. I think it's more than criminal negligence. It's criminal intent. There's criminal intent there. It's more serious. It's not just negligence. It's intent. In due time, these people, I say again, will have to answer for the misdeeds. This is one of the reasons we are coming up with a national crime agency. You will see the difference very soon. A lot of criticisms have also been levied against at the level of the EDB. They say undue delay in processing applications for investment in Mauritius. So many millions are waiting. There is a due process they follow. Maybe we could do it a bit quicker, I don't know. But let me give the House a concrete example to show how it is extremely important to have a thorough prior check and assessment. Quite recently, a prospective investor came with a project worth nearly 5 billion rupees. When they investigated, he was getting all sorts of nervousness. He was trying to contact people in high office. But they found out it is a blatant case of laundering dirty money, and it was refused, turned down. But it took a long time to investigate. It is ironical, Madam Speaker, that the Honourable Leader of the Opposition reminded the House that justice denied is justice delayed. But that was the philosophy of the previous government, which cost the taxpayers billions of rupees. Not millions, billions. Remember the Betamax case? It has cost the country 5.6 billion rupees, taxpayers' money. That is everybody who is here, their money, which has gone down the drain because of the incompetency and the criminal negligence. You know, in that case, in terms of legal costs, the State Trading Corporation paid Mr. Ravin Chetty nearly 20 million rupees. What do we do with these people? What should we do with these people? The delays referred to by the Honourable Leader of the Opposition are the result of long-standing structural weaknesses by the former regime. And everywhere it's like, even in the police. That is why we are bringing new laws. We cannot afford to have these structural weaknesses everywhere. And then we have, you know what happens? Look at the former Commissioner of Police. he was called by the by the FCC. He had already prepared and not a statement. He even went and saw it in court, an affidavit. Before the questions were asked, he knew what questions were going to be asked. How does this happen? Leakage. These worms who are leaking information, they will have to answer in the future. I must tell you this. We have taken decisive action, and we are going to do more. The administrative penalty regulations pending since 2022 were finalized last year. They now allow authorities to impose sanctions directly without lengthy court procedures. Madam Speaker, Honourable Duval described these reforms as cosmetic. This is not only inaccurate, but it undermines the extensive work carried on by our institutions. These amendments are the results of work undertaken by professionals from the Attorney General's Office, the Bank of Mauritius, and the Financial Crimes Commission in consultation with other competent authorities. The amendments take into consideration the findings of the National Risk Assessment as well as the independent assessment of our AML-CFT-CPF framework and are supported by detailed mapping against FATF requirements. Therefore, it is not, with all due respect, it is not cosmetic. It is a serious, technical, and coordinated reform effort. Honourable Duval also raised concerns regarding the motor vehicle sector, and has suggested, like many others do, that the framework is inadequate in addressing the associated risk. Let me clarify that the AML-CFT-CPF framework is complex, and it is evolving, requiring a risk-based and carefully calibrated approach. Any reforms must be properly analyzed to avoid, because you can get unintended consequences on economic activity of citizens. It is precisely in this context that the Ministry of Financial Services and Economic Planning is currently undertaking a typology report on motor vehicle trade. This exercise will enable a comprehensive assessment of money laundering risk and typologies associated with the sector, determine appropriate thresholds for cash transactions, and identify robust safeguards to prevent abuse for money laundering purposes. In this regard, a typology report on motor vehicle trade is underway, and it will assess risk, determine appropriate cash thresholds, and identify safeguards. However, we're not just saying this, Madam Speaker. Last year, the government introduced regulations requiring traceable payment methods with only a limited cash deposit of 20,000 rupees. Let me reiterate, maybe 20,000 is a bit low, but we are looking at this. Let me reiterate the statistics on enforcement actions by the Financial Crimes Commission in relation to motor vehicles related money laundering activity. A total of 86 attachment and seizures orders have been issued. Over 300 vehicles have been seized, including luxury vehicles. The estimated value of the vehicle seized exceeds 280 million rupees. Several car rental companies have been identified and are being investigated as vehicles for laundering criminal proceeds. These are real actions, and they're delivering real results. We must remain steadfast, Madam Speaker, and forward-looking, driving the reforms necessary to safeguard and strengthen the AML-CFT-CPF framework. It is, in a way, a very clear national imperative. To those engaged in doom-mongering and unwarranted criticism, let me be clear. Our focus remains firmly on implementing the reforms, upholding transparency and accountability, and successfully navigating the forthcoming mutual evaluation exercise. There are people who actually want us to be downgraded, to go on the graders. We must be more patriotic. You know, the other day I met a lady from abroad, from India actually. You know what she said to me? I'm very sorry for you, your Prime Minister. I said, why? He said, but I see very few patriots in this country. Everybody is looking for something. Where is patriotism? We have to unite the country and be patriots. As I repeatedly said during the campaign, nous pouvons mettre l'autre côté des autres, quoi moi? Nous pouvons mettre ça l'autre là. Let me conclude by acknowledging the collective efforts of all the institutions engaged in this national endeavor, Madam Speaker, as well as the continued collaboration of the private sector and our international partners. Thank you.
Honourable Ministers, Mr. Soubron.
Madam Speaker, first let me express my appreciation to the Minister, the Attorney General, and all the other ministers who were part of the Interministerial Committee who spearheaded this milestone bundle of legislation. Various colleagues, ministers, and members of the government made significant contribution during the debate on this bill. My thanks go to them too. Some elaborated on the technical and institutional dimensions, while others explained the further needs for more transparent and efficient financial sector. I will focus my intervention on a more philosophical dimension and a global historical context for this bill, to be laid on the table of this Assembly. Let me start by addressing some issues raised by the opposition parties. The leader of the opposition has essentially said, primo, that the measures contained in this bill are fine, but the problem will lie in the implementation. My colleagues in government have already responded to this argument. Segundo, the leader of the opposition went on and said, let me quote the answer, Madam Speaker. The leader of the opposition said, on novel offences, Clause 8 amends the Environment Act 2024, introducing for the first time the offence of ecocide with penalties up to 10 years of penal servitude. Madam Speaker, said the leader of the opposition, may the House be informed as to why this clause has been introduced in this bill. He adds, I sincerely think that this amendment has nothing to do with AML-CFT. To this statement, my honourable colleague and comrade, Honourable Eto'oya, certainly one of the most leftist-leaning members of this Assembly, spontaneously responded to the leader of the opposition, Bizin lire un P, Honourable Eto'oya said. As a long-standing journalist with international experiences, he depicted instantly the blunder of the leader of the opposition. I will come back later to this erroneous statement made by the leader of the opposition when he stated that ecocide and environmental crimes are not part of AML-CFT framework. Tertio, the leader of the opposition then added that he sincerely believes that the amendment on Environment Act on ecocide has been put in this bill to please a party in the government. Madam Speaker, one does not have to climb on the top roof of SunTrust building to know that the leader of the opposition was referring to my party, Résistance et Alternative, who is the most ecologically inclined party in this government. Well, on this statement too, the leader of the opposition has exposed his slender understanding of politics and its dynamics, especially in this global era. As for the other member of the opposition, who's still here, glad he's here, Honourable Duval, his stand can be summarized as follows. The present legal framework to tackle money laundering are already here, and this legislation is cosmetic and have been introduced to please AML-CFT. He is wrong too. To say the least, this posture certainly exposes his political dizziness of not understanding that one of the major amendments on ecocide would leap Mauritius forward amongst the few first countries in the world to be introducing ecocide as a major crime connected to financial crime. This leaping section have not ever existed before in our statutes, and its introduction is certainly not cosmetic, nor has been made to please this time AML-CFT. Madam Speaker, fundamental laws in society are not made to please X or Y. Those in opposition who may have made laws to please within this constricted vision of pleasing somebody cannot understand that fundamental local laws, domestic laws, are the product of social struggles, in this case of global social struggles, establishing new balance of forces, ethics, and paradigm shift. Of course, those who have never been part of or who are disconnected of social struggles, be it locally or globally, will never understand the dialectics of social struggle and legislative enactments. Major struggles have led to major law changes in the history of humanity. In colonial slavery times, the abolitionist movement has been instrumental to bring laws to abolish slave trades and systems. The liberation and pro-independence struggles triggered fundamental laws to enact self-determination, especially in the global south. Global solidarity actions reinforced the local struggle in South Africa to end apartheid legal framework. Workers' struggle gave birth to critical ILO conventions. This piece of legislation, to be precise, this package of legislative amendments are the direct product of global struggles, emerging at the end of the last century and beginning this century, and the beginning of this century. It is the product of the struggle of global movements for social, economic, and environmental justice in the era of limitless global capitalism dominated by net worth billionaires. The global justice movements includes many organizations and networks. I will mention a few. Global Tax Justice Movement, Alternative World Social Forums, Our World is Not for Sale, ATTAC, Third World Network, Oxfam, Friend of the Earth, Stop Genocide, Climate and Capitalism, just to mention a few. In these global networks and struggle, my party, Resistance Alternative, and other movements in which we are part of, and myself, as an activist in various global justice movements, have played an important role. Madam Speaker, these global justice movements are in reality the genesis of what we are debating today. Honourable Leader of the Opposition, this law is not meant to please my party, but my party as part of the global justice movement, contributed to shape the new laws to better protect the people and the planet, which are being robbed by global capitalism. Yes, madam, robbed, and I mean it. Let me refer to the latest report of the prestigious Oxfam International, just published on the 2nd April 2026. The amount of untaxed wealth hidden offshore by the richest 0.1% exceeds the entire wealth of the poorest half of humanity, 4.1 billion people. Reveals new Oxfam's analysis published ahead of the 10th anniversary of the Panama Papers. The findings show that a decade later, the super rich continue to explore offshore systems to evade taxes and conceal assets, highlighting the urgent need for coordinated international action to tax extreme wealth. Oxfam estimates that 3.55 trillion in untaxed wealth are stashed offshore in tax havens and unreported accounts in 2024. This sum exceeds the GDP of France and is more than twice the GDP of the world's 44 least developed countries. The richest 0.1% hold approximately 80% of all untaxed offshore wealth, or around $2.84 trillion. Within this tiny group, the ultra wealthiest, 0.01%, hold roughly $1.77 trillion. This isn't just about clever accounting. It is about power and impunity. When millionaires and billionaires stash trillions of dollars in offshore tax haven, they place themselves above the obligation that binds the rest of society. The consequences are predictable as they are devastating. We see our public hospitals, schools starved of fun, of social fabric shredded by rising inequality, or ordinary people forced to shoulder the cost of a system rigged to enrich a tiny few. Madam Speaker, it is because this cruel tendency of global capitalism that global social and ecological justice movement are fought for the regulation of offshore financial centers for more than 40 years. The AML-CFT and the FATF arose from these socio-political dynamics, which have had to be taken on board by the political and ruling elite in many Western countries. So are some of the amendments being presently brought to this House. I will now deal specifically on three major dimensions of the emerging legal frameworks in connection with offshore financial sector and its impacts in Mauritius. First, taxes. Second, secrecy. And third, the environmental crime and ecocide. Taxes. To curb tax evasion and tax avoidance, the global minimum tax of 15% adopted by the OECD has been incorporated in Mauritian law last year in the form of Qualified Domestic Minimum Top-Up Tax, QDMTT. As a matter of fact, the global minimum tax is itself the product of long-standing struggle of global justice movement. The global justice movement, which includes organizations as state as ATTAC, Association for the Taxation of Financial Transactions and for Citizens Action, and Global Alliance for Tax Justice, has been fighting to end the race to the bottom in terms of taxation. After the global minimum tax, the global justice movement are now currently campaigning for a UN tax convention, which would move tax rule making it more inclusive platform where developing nations have an equal vote. They are also fighting for a broad financial transaction tax over the global minimum tax. And like the GMT, which target corporate profits, the FTT will target the volume of financial trades to curb market speculation and raise funds for global public goods. Madam Speaker, maybe one of these days we will see future legislation to be debated in this House on UN tax convention, on financial transaction tax, not to please anybody, but as a direct product of the relations between global social struggle and domestic law enactment. On secrecy, the fight against tax haven secrecy has been led by a coalition of whistleblowers, investigative journalists, non-governmental organizations who have worked for decades to expose the hidden financial system of world elite. These included the global NGO like Transparency International and many media, such as the International Consortium of Investigative Journalists, who have been the spearheads of the global social movement against the secrecy that underpins many offshore financial sectors. 10 years ago, the Panama Papers were leaked to the world. This caused offshore finance to come under mounting international scrutiny. The Panama Papers exposed how shell companies with complex corporate structures use secrecy to launder money and avoid paying taxes. The secrecy of the Mauritian offshore is its lacks of supervision were notorious. This contributed for Mauritius to be put on the grey list. Mauritius took several steps, including abolishing GBC2 licenses and replacing them with a more regulated authorized company regime. The reform focused on implementing stricter substance requirements, requiring companies to have a physical presence and real activity in Mauritius. In parallel, the law on ultimate beneficial owner in Mauritius had evolved significantly, shifting from light disclosure to strict transparency to meet international compliance standards of the FATF. In 2024, the Registrar of Companies was tasked to maintain a largely confidential beneficial ownership accessible only to competent authorities. With the amendment proposed today in the Companies Act, the primary difference lies in moving from simple threshold-based percentage, 25%, to a broader natural person and control focus that aligns with international FATF standard. Thus, the amendment will expand control definition. The new framework uses cascade approach, looking beyond simple ownership percentage to include control via voting rights or other means. It attributes default senior management. If no natural person is identified through ownership or control, the senior managing official must be identified as the beneficial ownership. Madam Speaker, these are real changes, not cosmetic one, as claimed by the opposition. Let me come now to the environmental crimes and ecocide. Madam Speaker, let me now, this is the introduction of environmental crime and ecocide as part of anti-money laundering framework. This is a recent and accelerated development. This again does not fall from the sky. It is due to the persistent global socio-ecological justice movement campaign after clear links have been established between environmental crimes and companies operating the offshore sectors. Many organizations such as Stop Ecocide International, Transparency International, Global Witness are part of them. Historically, money laundering was viewed as victimless financial crime. The global justice movement reframed it by highlighting how illicit financial flows drain resources from developing nations. This advocacy led to the inclusion of grand corruption and environmental crime as predicate offenses for money laundering. The global justice movement also pushed for the UNCAC, United Nations Convention Against Corruption, to ensure that AML law are not just stopping the flow of money, but returning the stolen assets to their rightful citizens. The intersection of environmental crimes, ecocide, and reparation represent a major shift from traditional human-centered justice to a more ecocentric model that treats the environment as a victim on its own right. The inclusion of ecocide in law means criminalizing the mass destruction of ecosystems, thus essentially treating environmental devastation with the same gravity as genocide or war crimes. I won't go into the definition because of time. Madam Speaker, let me say, in this era of climate crisis, extinction of biodiversity, destructive, extractivist-driven economy, this amendment reflects the level of consciousness attained by the people of the planet and their movement. It has become a matter of survival. By adding ecocide in our statute book, Mauritius becomes a pioneer country in socio-ecological justice and custodianship. I think this section on ecocide and environmental crimes marks the biggest leap in Mauritian environmental law since independence. The European Union has already moved to criminalize environmental crime. And countries like Belgium, France, Vietnam, Chile has already incorporated ecocide and ecocide-like legislation in their domestic law. For the leader of the opposition who is not here, but who was sincerely wondering why the inclusion of this amendment in our law for FATF compliance purpose, I will humbly request him to read Lia Impé, the FATF report, Money Laundering from Under Environmental Crime, June 2021. I will recommend to Lia Impé the new Environmental Crime Directive 2024-1203. These two documents will surely enlighten him on the issue. Let me add that the amendments we are bringing to this House, beside making ecocide a crime in our law, punishable by imprisonment, criminalizes non-compliance to environmental protection fee. It extends the provision of assets recovery to environmental crime and ecocide, and for the first time ever, introduce reparation in our law for ecocide. The new section 135B provides for non-criminal penalties or measures. The new section 135C provides for recovery of expenses. Madam Speaker, we the people of Mauritius, who live the first marine ecocide of our history through the oil spill arising through Wakasho's shipwreck, should applaud this amendment being brought to the Environment Act. I'm sure if the previous government could be brought to court under this new law, it would have surely be condemned for ecocide. The wanton, the reckless disregard for environmental consequences during the first 12 days of Wakasho's shipwreck would have been sufficient to be condemned, for them to be condemned for ecocide. In any case, this law would have also opened the door for massive reparation for the prejudice caused to the people of Maibu and Southeast Coast by the companies and agencies who caused this ecocidal spread of the Mare Noire. The oil spill of the 12 days of reckless disregard for environmental consequences. Having been on the waterfront, I know what we are talking about. Madam Speaker, this bill gives hopes to humanity and Mauritius. It shows that as global capitalism unraveled, it also generates its own contradictions. That is the rise of global people's movement for social justice and ecological justice. It generates the very seeds to challenge its dominance. New world, new ground. My party and me to be in this House and to vote for this bill. Today is a historical day, not only because of the changing sitting arrangements. It's a historical day because of these pieces of legislation that we will be enacting in a few moments. Thank you.
Let me tell everybody, I've got Honourable Boulel, Honourable Bagwan, and Honourable Mohammed, ministers, who will have to speak, and then Ms. Minister will be making her winding up speech. I would really appreciate if you could really respect the time. Because after that, we have to do committee stage. I have a statement from a minister. We're not home yet. Please, Honourable Boulel. I didn't want to embarrass you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The joy of having to intervene after two eloquent speakers, Prime Minister and our good friend, the Minister of Social Security, is that there's not much left for me to say, except that I will stick to the time allotted to me. Now, it reminds me, I'm not saying that I will be like a jurisdiction without substance, but I have a few things to say. Now, the days, Madam Speaker, of preferences and rent-seeking are over. Financial services sectors competitive. As a responsible government acting as an enabler, a facilitator of a dynamic sector, which is brain gain for young, ambitious graduates, we constantly have to re-engineer this sector. And to gain competitive and comparative advantages, our jurisdiction has to be neat, clean, and a jurisdiction of substance. Singapore, Luxembourg, Malta, Liechtenstein, Bermuda, Dubai, Isle of Man, just to name a few, would not hesitate to ruffle our feathers to have a competitive edge. Make Mauritius our preferred destination is our mantra. And the financial services thrive in the name of effectiveness, transparency, and accountability. The Honourable Minister responsible for financial services and economic planning wasted no time to move the 24 amendments of the bill as recommended by the Ministerial Committee, co-chaired by herself and the Attorney General. And the amendments were moved 24 hours after the Bank of Mauritius announced the termination of the conservatorship of Silverbank. And the bill is the jurisdiction, the bill is the gatekeeper of our jurisdiction. As a jurisdiction of substance, we should not be caught off the cuff. I'm not going to say with our pants down, but certainly not off the cuff. Our Financial Services Center has taken the rung of the FATF ladder and within a year, as Prime Minister has stated, has gained 8 places. The Chief Executive of Financial Services Commission is confident our jurisdiction would pass the ISAMLAG test with flying colours. May I remind the House, Mauritius was placed on the FATF grey list and black list of EU in February 2020. And on the Global Financial Index, Mauritius went on a precipitous fall from 65 to 89th place. Why? Because MSM-led regime was a laundromat for criminals to wash, rinse, dry, and spin-dry dirty money. The minister, rightly so, and has to be congratulated because she conveyed strong signals in relation to 1, know your client, and customer due diligence is the premium of the sector. 2, in relation to suspicious transaction reporting. 3rd, application of the law to the core. 4th, an open and resilient jurisdiction. 5, confidence, and integrity. I would also like to draw attention to alleged online attractive portfolio to lure investors. And no one, Madam Speaker, should be impervious or sensitive to change, especially to fundamental changes. In 2019, and I heard a good colleague, the Minister of Social Security, talking of ecocide. In 2019, the Rome Statute was amended to make ecocide an international crime, but the previous regime never did. The amendment brought to the Environment Act with the bill is a testimony of a firm commitment neither to dither nor to delay. And the bill makes provision for scrutiny of cooperative enterprises. A pillar of democracy, that's what cooperatives are. Equality, equity, unfortunately has been used as a conduit for criminal activities by cronies of the MSM. The Vacua multipurpose cooperative society scandal was a pillar of big financial mess. Almost 400 million rupees was siphoned. It's broad daylight robbery by cronies of the MSM. MSM-led regime was eternally in collusion with Mac Mafia, Madam Speaker. And Mac Mafia operates all over, and especially in real estate. Unexplained wealth from dirty money has been invested in Dubai. The criminals have to be answerable to unexplained wealth order. Prime Minister has said it. Everybody has reinforced it, and it has to happen. They cannot get away with murder. Government has taken the right decision to call a forensic audit of Silver Bank's past transaction. The various fraudulent practices which occurred with the connivance of persons within the bank and outside have been exposed. Silver Bank was run by banksters and not by bankers, anointed by the former Minister of Finance with the blessings of his leader. The internal auditor sounded the alarm in relation to illicit activities was threatened. Madam Speaker, the sing-song of pack and blister, Silver Bank, MIC, Alvaro Sobrino, should not simply be a lullaby. Sobrino, as Prime Minister stated, was responsible for many illicit activities, but he was also responsible for a near constitutional crisis which provoked the departure of a president in 2018. And of course, as has been stated by Prime Minister, he got a certificate of character from the then DPM when the latter looked him in the eyes. Prime Minister has consolidated democracy, and there is no prize for it. The demarcation line between democratic institutions are wide, and with due respect, both prosecution and judiciary should know that time is of an essence. Government is government, but Parliament is supreme, and an important bill is being moved. Parliament so decides. The nation does not want to be packed with blisters over delays while the guilty party is enjoying armchair comfortability in Maradiva Hotel, a symbol of fraudulent practices. Madam Speaker, there have been complaints made over the rigidity of the bill by some operators. Yes, indeed, and rightly so. If not, our competitors and even NGO would go for our jugular. And that was, to some extent, stated by our colleague, the Minister of Social Security. Oxfam staged a protest against Mauritius at an OAU conference in March 2014, held in Abuja, following the report submitted by Thabo Mbeki as chair of the High Panel on illicit financial flows. And I had to stand for our friend, the then Minister of Finance, I think it was Xavier Duval, and I had to rebut and highlighted the merits of our jurisdiction as a clean, neat, and low-tax jurisdiction of substance. The name of the game under the previous regime was opacity. Pockets first, country last. FATF judged Mauritius to have a low or moderate effectiveness across the 11 immediate outcomes. The mutual evaluation found that Mauritius was largely fully compliant on 14 of the 40 Financial Action Task Force recommendations, while 26 recommendations were rated as partially or non-compliant. The keyword, Madam Speaker, is effectiveness. FATF revised methodology places a much strong emphasis on measurable effectiveness, not only whether laws exist, but whether they deliver concrete results. And FIU has reporting obligation. The legislative amendments in 2020 enforce stricter reporting, requiring reporting persons or auditors to submit requested information to the Financial Intelligence Unit within 15 days. But under the previous regime, it was hardly enforced. Our government, through the Minister of Financial Services and Economic Planning, has said it loud and clear. Without fear, favor, or prejudice, all suspicious related transactions have to be reported. To be a forward-looking government has finalized the National Anti-Money Laundering, Combating Financing Terrorism strategy for 2026-2029. The accompanying action plan assigns clear responsibilities to each institution and ensures preparedness for the 2027 mutual evaluation. This approach was recognized and supported during ISAMLAG Executive Secretary's high-level mission in July 2025. A comprehensive technical compliance assessment was conducted in 2025 using the revised FATF methodology to identify legislative gaps, particularly in relation to the 12 recommendations leading to the introduction of the Anti-Money Laundering, Combating Financing Terrorism, and the Conversion Proliferation Financing, Countering Proliferation Financing, Miscellaneous Bill, to ensure continued alignment with international standards. Preparation for the 2027 mutual evaluation are well underway. These reforms are not being pursued for the sake of only an assessment. They are essential to safeguard the integrity of our financial system, protect Mauritius' reputation, and ensure continued investor confidence. Madam Speaker, our status as a trusted international financial center must be preserved through collective effort by government, regulators, private sector, and civil society. This bill reaffirms our collective determination to deny criminals the opportunity to exploit Mauritius, to recover illicit gains, and to preserve the integrity of our institution. It confronts contemporary threats, including proliferation financing and virtual assets, while preserving space for legitimate economic and charitable activity. Madam Speaker, in the light of climate of uncertainty in the Middle East, it's an opportunity which is knocking for our jurisdiction. And we have to act without fear or prejudice to ensure that we attract investors, to widen the circle of opportunities in Mauritius, and to make our jurisdiction a prime jurisdiction. The amendments in relation to the bill speak volume of opportunities which are knocking, and I thank the Honourable Minister. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for respecting the time. Thank you very much. Honourable Minister of Environment.
Thank
Will
you,
you also
Speaker.
keep an eye on the time?
Try my
You
best.
will also keep an eye.
Everybody. Madame la Présidente, cet anti-money laundering, combating the financing of terrorism and countering proliferation financing, miscellaneous bill, est une nécessité absolue pour le pays et il n'y a pas de temps à perdre. Je voudrais d'emblée féliciter mes collègues, l'honorable ministre des Services financiers et l'honorable Attorney General et leur équipe respective pour le travail abattu pour préparer ce projet de loi, qui vise à mettre toutes les lois réagissant à notre système financier en diapason avec les nouvelles normes internationales. Ce qui a été dit déjà. Une nécessité parce que les dérives et les magouilles sous l'ancien régime ne se sont jamais de en parler, ont terni la réputation de notre centre financier et nous nous sommes retrouvés sur le banc des accusés. Ce projet de loi vise avant tout, Madame la Présidente, à redonner confiance en nos institutions financières et bancaires et surtout à minimiser les risques d'abus et les dérives. Un système financier, Madame la Présidente, est un peu comme le passeport d'un pays. À quoi bon d'avoir un passeport superbement imprimé, mais qui n'est reconnu que par une petite poignée d'États? Un passeport trouve sa légitimité quand il est internationalement reconnu, accepté et permet aux détenteurs de ce document de voyager librement aux quatre coins du monde. Et c'est dans l'acceptation de ce passeport que la souveraineté d'un État est reconnue. Et cette souveraineté, comme le passeport, n'a aucun sens en l'absence de réciprocité. En effet, Madame la Présidente, la souveraineté et la réciprocité sont les deux piliers fondamentaux de nos relations internationales et du droit. Un demi-siècle de cela, ce principe était adéquat, suffisant pour être accepté dans le Conseil des Nations. Mais les choses ont évolué drastiquement avec la mondialisation, la globalisation et la financiarisation de l'économie. Le commerce international a atteint en 2024 33 000 milliards de dollars, représentant 60% du PIB mondial. Et ce commerce mondial dépend énormément des services financiers, devenus eux-mêmes un élément très important des exportations. Ce vaste mouvement de capitaux à travers le monde comporte évidemment des risques, et les fraudeurs sont nombreux quand les contrôles sont insuffisants. L'offshore, avec ses sociétés d'écran et ses montages complexes, est devenu un terrain de prédilection pour les white-collar criminals.
Prédilection.
Pardon?
Prédilection.
Oui, prédilection. C'est ainsi que notre petite île était devenue une plaque tournante sur le précédent régime. Des Panama Papers en 2016 aux Pandora Papers en 2021, en passant par les Mauritian Leaks ou les autres Paradise Papers, la réputation de notre pays était ternie et le pays s'est retrouvé sur la liste des listes peu honorables. Des impostes, des fenêtres et des égouts permettaient ces transactions douteuses, avec la complicité tacite des institutions réduites à des rubber-stamps complaisants. Les autorités dites compétentes fermaient les yeux, pire, encourageaient ces activités illicites, éclaboussant même des personnalités au plus haut sommet de l'État mauricien. Mes collègues et moi-même, nous avons posé pas mal de questions avant l'élection générale, et nous savions comment il y avait ce loudspeaker qui nous empêchait d'avoir des réponses. Le pays lui-même était devenu une silver bank, une banyan tree bank, un rogue state. Le smoking gun, Madame la Présidente, était entre les mains des grosses pontes du MSM. Il faut impérativement mettre de l'ordre dans nos lois, réagissant les secteurs bancaires et financiers, pour se mettre enfin en conformité avec les normes internationales, pour que le pays ne soit plus sur la touche, pour que notre souveraineté, sur tous les plans, bénéficie d'une réciprocité des États et de nos partenaires, pour que notre passeport financier devienne réellement un passe-partout. C'est donc ce pilier fondamental dans nos échanges internationaux que ce projet de loi vient consolider. Ce projet de loi est en substance un texte qui permettra à Maurice de se conformer à la dernière série de normes internationales établies par le GAFI. Par l'adoption de ce projet de loi, nous renforcerons notre cadre juridique afin d'éviter que notre pays ne soit inscrit sur la liste grise de juridiction du GAFI. Madame la Présidente, bien que la République de Maurice dispose jusqu'à 2027 pour conformer aux 40 recommandations formulées par le GAFI, notre pays fait l'objet d'un suivi étroit et nous avons le devoir de faire de notre mieux et vite pour démontrer des progrès concrets année après année. Il n'est pas nécessaire de rappeler aux membres de cette Assemblée, à nos amis, les dangers liés à un non-respect des recommandations, des conséquences économiques, financières désastreuses et une image écornée pour la République de Maurice. C'est dans ce contexte de tensions géopolitiques et de marge de manœuvre budgétaire limitée, notre pays ne peut tout simplement pas se permettre de prendre le moindre risque de figurer sur cette liste grise. Madame la Présidente, Les recommandations du CAFI exigent que les infractions de blanchiment d'argent s'appliquent à un éventail le plus large possible d'infractions. C'est dans ce contexte, le GAFI a explicitement souligné que les crimes environnementaux constituent des infractions graves générant des produits susceptibles d'alimenter des opérations de blanchiment d'argent. Selon le Global Risk Report 2023 du Forum économique mondial, la perte de biodiversité et l'effondrement des écosystèmes figurent parmi les risques mondiaux qui se détériorent le plus rapidement au cours de la prochaine décennie. À l'échelle mondiale, la nature, faible risque et forte rentabilité des crimes environnementaux en fait une source de revenus lucrative pour les criminels. Ne croyez pas, Madame la Présidente, que nous sommes à l'abri de telles pratiques. En effet, alors que certains pensent encore que le blanchiment d'argent est une affaire abstraite de chiffres et de comptes offshore, une réalité circule dans les tuyaux en PVC, remplis d'oiseaux vivants, anesthésiés pour tromper la vigilance. Oui, ces serins siffleurs, jusqu'à 75 par tube PVC, échangés contre la drogue, au cœur d'un trafic organisé entre Maurice et la Réunion. Derrière chaque oiseau, c'est un système criminel qui prospère, qui blanchit et qui corrompt. D'ailleurs, ce trafic où un oiseau peut valoir plus de 18 000 a été largement abordé durant le séminaire franco-mauricien relatif à la lutte transnationale contre les atteintes à l'environnement, tenu à l'île Sœur au début du mois, et auquel a participé la police de l'environnement et d'autres parties prenantes mauriciennes. Ce trafic n'est pas marginal. Il est le symptôme d'un crime organisé, inventif, cynique, capable de transformer la biodiversité en monnaie d'échange. Alors oui, Madame la Présidente, cette loi doit frapper fort. Elle doit remonter les filières, acheter les flux financiers et briser les complicités. D'ailleurs, les rapports des Nations Unies placent désormais les revenus issus des crimes environnementaux au même niveau que ceux provenant d'autres crimes financiers graves. À travers ce projet de loi, nous prenons des mesures pour que ceux qui tirent profit de la destruction de nos terres, de notre air et de nos mers soient tenus responsables de leurs actes. Il convient de noter que les crimes environnementaux englobent différentes réalités. Ils incluent l'extraction illégale ou le trafic de divers éléments, qu'il s'agisse des ressources naturelles ou de minéraux, de déchets ou encore d'espèces de la faune et de la flore protégées. Ils concernent également des actes susceptibles d'entraîner des dommages graves, étendus ou durables à l'environnement, tels que des marées noires majeures ou des activités nuisibles ou illégales affectant la faune sauvage. Madame la Présidente, pour lutter efficacement contre ces crimes, nous devons renforcer notre arsenal législatif. À cet effet, ce projet de loi introduit des amendements corrélatifs spécifiques aux articles 128 et 135 de l'Environment Protection Act 2024. Dans un premier temps, des nouvelles dispositions seront introduites afin de sanctionner ceux qui se soutiraient délibérément au paiement de la redevance de l'Environmental Protection Fee. Les nouvelles dispositions comprendront notamment la criminalisation de la soumission des fausses déclarations et des informations erronées, l'imposition des sanctions significatives à l'encontre de ceux qui induisent ou tentent d'induire le directeur général de la MRA, une augmentation substantielle de peine pour les contravenants condamnés avec plus d'amende, compris entre 100 000 à 500 000 roupies, et une peine d'emprisonnement pouvant aller jusqu'à 10 ans, et la possibilité de la Cour d'ordonner le paiement d'un montant pouvant atteindre le double de la différence des sommes dues. Madame la Présidente, à la suite des consultations avec le bureau du directeur de Conseil public et celui de l'Attorney General, nous intégrons des nouvelles dispositions à l'Environment Protection Act 2024 relative à l'écocide. Madam Speaker, our pride as Mauritians, whatever community we belong to, whatever political ideologies, whatever religious beliefs we might have, and whatever our age, is our unique environment. Our environment, our beaches, seas, mountains, fields, trees or birds, is something we all cherish. We all have fond memories of afternoons spent at the seaside, or walks in our forests, or hikes up our mountains. As we all know that our environment is fragile, we all remember a few years ago how the Wakasho incident deeply affected all of us. More importantly, it made us realize how vulnerable we all were. The immediate reaction of all Mauritians was then commendable, and still we can't remember the contribution of Minister Hossein Al-Khairati and all his friends, our colleagues and others. Across the island, people volunteered their time, and some of us were here, even here, to try to contain the noxious marée noire. Again, this shows how dear the environment is to all of us, Mauritians. Quite a lot of laws in Mauritius do offer protection against all categories of violence against people. Sadly, violence, whether willful or negligent, against our environment is not adequately criminalized. The existing laws, at best, only marginally punish those who harm nature. Existing offences against our environment are not even considered as a crime in our statutes, but only as a misdemeanor. This has to change. This law, creating the crime of ecocide, changes that. The crime, inspired by a growing global movement led by small island nations, is crafted in such a way as to capture all possible harms against nature. There will be no more legal loopholes and no more impunity. It targets unlawful or wanton acts causing severe, widespread, or long-term environmental damage. The punishment is extremely severe. Those found guilty reach a maximum of 10 years imprisonment. Another novelty is that there is no maximum fine. Instead, the fine will be proportionate to the damage caused. The law also provides for remedial action or compensation. The law, Madam Speaker, ensures accountability for environmental destruction, deters against future harm, protects human lives, and aligns our country with the FATF expectations. Lastly, this crime aligns itself with a promise this government made, which prominently feature within the government program 2025-2029 to recognize the importance of our environment and protect it. I'm here focusing on the inclusion of the right of nature within the constitutional and legal frameworks of the Republic of Mauritius. Pending the work of the Constitutional Review Commission, the consequential amendments proposed by the current bill are a step taken toward mainstreaming the rights of nature within our legal fabric, especially by criminalizing ecocide. We, however, recognize that environmental protection duties are shared amongst various institutions. Indeed, technical competences and enforcement duties are shared across various authorities, as described within the 5th schedule of the Environment Act 2024. While the Office of the DPP will lead prosecution of offenders, we are ensuring a whole-of-government approach where technical competences from competent authorities are integrated within our judicial process. We are aware of potential logistical challenges, such as the need for specialized experts to assess environmental damage. These will be duly called upon if the need arises. However, the United Nations Environment Programme advocates technical hurdles should not serve as an excuse for environmental impunity. The planetary crisis requires us to be bold. Madame la Présidente, mais aussi collective, vigilante et citoyenne, c'est précisément le sens du programme Service à l'écologie qui sera bientôt lancé par mon ministère. Notre ambition est de fédérer à travers toute l'île des écopoles, rassemblement des experts, formateurs, mentors, professionnels, retraités, académiciens, chercheurs et citoyens engagés pour créer un véritable réseau d'alerte, de transmission et d'action sur le terrain, au plus près des réalités. J'appelle donc à chaque citoyen, engageons-nous à faire émerger une société mauricienne lucide, formée, mobilisée, capable de détecter et dénoncer et de protéger. Un pays où chacun, Madame la Présidente, devient gardien de l'environnement et de sa biodiversité. Madame la Présidente, ce projet de loi ne concerne pas uniquement la conformité financière. Il touche à l'âme même de notre État-océan, d'une superficie de 2,3 millions de kilomètres carrés. Il envoie un message clair. Notre capital environnemental n'est pas à vendre. Et les braconniers et les autres criminels qui cherchent à tirer profit de sa destruction ne dormiront plus tranquilles. Madame la Présidente, ce projet de loi est un grand pas pour la mise en conformité de notre système financier, mais un plus grand pas pour la protection de notre capital environnemental. Et c'est ce je soutiens vivement ce projet qu'a présenté mon collègue.
Merci, Monsieur le Ministre, d'avoir respecté le temps. Honourable Minister for Housing.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Indeed, it is an important piece of legislation, and from the very outset, I also would like to congratulate the Honourable Minister for bringing this piece of legislation to this House. As far as my ministry is concerned, we are to refer to clause 18 of the present bill that talks about the real estate agency authority. And what I would like to address, I am of the view, is of utmost importance. Having listened to everyone, every single person has made a very important contribution to this democratic process. But allow me at the outset to make reference to the interesting exchange that at the time that the Honourable Prime Minister was addressing the House, and in front of him was the Honourable Duval. Mention was made of recordings, audio recordings, and I saw how comforted Honourable Duval was when he said, from a sitting position, all of us heard him, what he said was that he was himself a victim of those recordings. Fact. Very true. The Honourable Prime Minister also talked about the former Commissioner of Police. Once again, I looked at my good friend, Honourable Adrien Duval, and saw the smile on his face, where once again he tried to explain that he has been victim of the acts and doings of certain people at the time. But what shocks me, apart from the fact that I'm saddened that he's not here right now, but what is even more saddening, Madam Speaker, is that he chose knowingly to side with those that were spying on him. Now, what does that show? I fail to understand. I mean, I would have huge difficulties sitting next to those who have championed the cause of spying unlawfully. And that has nothing to do with spying, I can assure you. Because a spy would have been quiet.
This happens, but try and keep it.
Yes.
Try and keep it quiet.
So, I fail to understand how he could do that. I mean, I wish he could, at some stage, explain and tell the people and tell the House how has he put that aside. Because at no time did I hear anyone from the former regime apologize. At no time did I hear the leader of the opposition, with whom he sits shoulder to shoulder, say, sorry that I did not know, but I condemn what was happening. At no time have we heard any member of the MSM condemn the fact that there was such unlawful behavior from those at the very top of our executive in those days. But then we have heard also about the whole issue of Alvaro Sobrino. True. Once again, Honourable Duval, in a sitting position, said, not Asiabaden, I am the one who brought it up. Good for you. And true it is, I did hear him bring it up. True it is that the then leader of the opposition, who was then Xavier Duval, did also question the Prime Minister of the day on that particular issue. There was crossing of swords between the Prime Minister of the day and the leader of the opposition, and there was Honourable Colin Dabelou, who was sitting there in a very squared position, feeling so proud of himself. But I remember those days. But then again, how is it that Honourable Duval, not only him, but his whole party sat shoulder to shoulder with those who supported Alvaro Sobrino? How did he stand on the same electoral platform as the person who said, I only get l'Élysée dans l'Élysée, and I gave him a due diligence exercise? How could he do that? How could you forgive? How could you forget so easily? And today, you want to take the position, your high moral position of supposedly representing the right side. But you should always choose the right side of history. You should believe in those positions that you adopt. You should believe and act accordingly. But it is sad because my good friend, Adrien Duval, has chosen to forget the moral ground or has a different definition than I have. So, Madam Speaker, to come to this legislation, let me say clause 18. I shall deal with it at the end of my intervention. But let me say, it is necessary to understand how we have arrived at the current state of play in the real estate sector. Back in 2018, a Samlag Mutual Evaluation Report highlighted a very important fact. Let me quote this. I quote, Mauritius does not have specific legislation requiring real estate agents to be registered. The only requirement is that anyone wishing to operate such a business must obtain a general business registration certificate. With respect to real estate agents, there are no specific measures in place to prevent criminals and their associates from entering the market or from acting as beneficial owners or holding management functions within the sector. The vulnerability rating from the 2019 National Risk Assessment was thus high in bold, underlined. And what did the government of the day then do? They came up, despite the shortcomings identified in Samlag, no credible action was undertaken by the then government across all sectors. As a result, we were eventually placed on the FATF grey list and also on the EU blacklist. This is what the Honourable Leader of the Opposition pretends not to remember or not to know. He puts that aside as though it never happened. He tries to rewrite history. But this is the truth, and he cannot run away from that truth. So the Real Estate Agency Authority Act was enacted in 2020 to establish a dedicated authority for real estate, the real estate sector, with a view to both regulating the activities of the real estate agents, including developers and promoters. And I'll try to explain as I go along why this is of utmost importance. So, what did the government do? And I here have a document which is the Proclamation number 10 of 2020. So I have it here, signed by the President of the Republic of the day. So the Act comes into force as from the 1st of November 2020. But sections 1 to 11 is proclaimed, 17, 20, 33, 41, 43, 45 and 47 proclaimed. but the other sections of the law are not proclaimed. And therein, I start putting questions. Why is it that you create an authority? The whole idea is to clean up the sector, to ensure that we comply with what we have to comply with, to ensure that there is monitoring, that there is surveillance, supervision, that we comply with the law, that we are a clean jurisdiction, at least in that particular sector. But why is it that the government of the day decides not to proclaim those sectors? And what are those sections of the bill, the law, that were not proclaimed? Section 16 was not proclaimed. Why? This concerns registration requirements. Section 18 was not proclaimed. It concerns the establishment of a register of real estate agents. Why? Section 19, mandatory written contracts between real estate agents and their clients. Contracts, mandatory, entre les clients and the estate agents. Why was that not proclaimed? Why was there, therefore, the need, Madam Speaker, to create a situation where there was no need for a mandatory written contract between real estate agents and clients? Who did they try to protect? What did they try to hide? What were the transactions that were about to take place when they were in power and they could not therefore afford to proclaim that very section? What were they hiding? Section 21, keeping accounts and audit provisions. What was so difficult to ensure that accounts and audit provisions were complied with? Section 23 and 24. C'est la folie. Suspicious transactions reporting and AML-CFT breaches. That's what we're here for. That's what the Honourable Minister is working for. That's why the co-chair, the Honourable Attorney General, is there working and helping us to achieve. Why was it so difficult? Why did they try? Let me change it. Why did they not at least try to proclaim Section 23 and 24 pertaining to suspicious transactions reporting and AML-CFT breaches? What were they trying to hide? I wish they would at least come out and tell us the truth. But the leader of the opposition, representing the rot that is the MSM, he has chosen to be absent again. And his partner, shoulder to shoulder with him, also absent today. Keep on spying on me, he says. Keep on listening to what I have to say. I shall say I'm not happy at what you're doing, but I will sit next to you and I will espouse your positions. This is what he's saying. Is it a coincidence that they choose not to be here today together? So I say again, Section 25 to 32. Why was it not proclaimed? Disciplinary framework for professionals' misconduct. Review of decisions by the authority. Madam Speaker, Section 44, offences and penalties, was not proclaimed. Section 46, the transitional provisions for existing practitioners, was not proclaimed. If you want to have the secret recipe as to how to create a bulldog sans dents, this is the masters of it, is the one who represents the MSM, who had for Prime Minister someone who is guilty of all those, in my view, offences. Because it is an offence against the nation not to proclaim. It is an offence against the people of this country to put us in a situation of risk again, in the name of protecting who and in the name of hiding what. That is the question. So what is the point, therefore, of having created the authority? To pay people to sit in there, do nothing? Madam Speaker, what is the objective of this government? For one thing, is not to replicate the mess, but to create a situation where we wipe the muck that they have left behind for us. We have to wipe it clean. The real estate authority has to be empowered to investigate. That they did not want. We have to ensure, and we are doing it. We have to ensure that the authority can conduct disciplinary proceedings, impose sanctions, control the register, and prosecute. They did not want that. You see, Madam Speaker, the amendments in Clause 18, since 2025, we have done everything possible to ensure that the real estate authority becomes operational as soon as possible. Most of the remaining sections of that act will now be proclaimed once this bill, we've done with it and it becomes a law, so that registrations can be effective. And it will be action once the relevant sections of the act are amended as per the miscellaneous provisions. It will empower the authority to adopt a look-through approach, meaning the authority will not only ensure that agents are properly registered, but also that employees of agents who carry out agency work adhere to minimum standards. The very standards that the MSM did not want to hear of. It is unfortunate that there is no legislation that can enable any government to prosecute those who have caused a crime against the nation. Because this is incompetence, but this is criminal negligence. Furthermore, the bill will now extend the AML safety compliance obligations to state institutions for real estate transactions on a risk-sensitive basis. Madam Speaker, the way forward. We will finally have a proper register of agents, including developers and promoters, allowing for proper entry screening to ensure that only individuals with a proper track record may operate within this sector. Can you imagine, Madam Speaker, that some of the sections that were not proclaimed, and I say so purposefully, knowingly, was sections between 25 and 32. The Act sets a clear framework to sanction misconduct, dishonesty, gross negligence, misuse of another real estate agent's information, failure to produce records, false statements, misrepresentation of ownership, acting without consent, accepting secret commissions, and acquiring interest in property without disclosure. So they did not want all of this transparency. They were allergic to it. And this is precisely what we will not do again. This will put them, not only their wrongdoing belongs to the past, but we are therefore obliged, duty-bound, to ensure that this doesn't happen again. Madam Speaker, you see why I am so passionate about this. I'll say so. Because I am aware, as Minister, that there are many properties belonging to the state that was given out by the former regime. You know, many people today say, there is almost no state land available on our coastline, on the beaches. True. Why? Because the former regime fin dilapide tout. In donné.
I see Creole is getting on now.
You see, when they gave it all out, and I know for a fact that many of those properties were developed. The question is, how many of those people's friends to whom they gave state land to develop in order to become millionaires, billionaires overnight, how many of them have registered at the authority when they could not have done it because it was not proclaimed? How many would have had to have contracts between their clients, agents? How many of those promoters would have had to have written contracts, but clearly cannot and will not because they were not obliged to have it because the law was not proclaimed? How many billions of rupees have been really made sur le dos des contribuables? And how many of those billions have been siphoned off outside the country? That is my question. And then they tried to bring their heads out from under the stone. They tried to pretend to be cleaner than, holier than thou. Madam, paragons of which. Madam Speaker, I'd like to say that we have been left with a Herculean task. It is not easy to clean up the mess. The easy part is making the mess without even thinking of tomorrow. Because this was their attitude. They did not think that they had to think of tomorrow. They just made the mess. That was the easy part. Now, creating confidence in institutions, ensuring that institutions work independently, ensuring that each of those institutions are given the right resources, capacity building, monitoring ability, enforcing ability, supervision ability. All this, it is for us to do. So the work, it is for those who believe honestly in change that will do it. They can go out there and pretend that they are, as I said, cleaner and they are the champions of the truth, but in fact, they are exactly the opposite. Now, let me conclude to say, I congratulate the Leader of the Opposition for his absence. I congratulate his friend sitting next to him, shoulder to shoulder, for his absence. But I heartily congratulate the Honourable Kirin, who is here, because he is true to himself and he is present. I therefore, once again, ask everyone in this House to congratulate the Honourable Minister for the excellent piece of work, together with the officers that she's produced and the officers of the Attorney General's Office in the drafting of this legislation. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Yes, Honourable Minister, that was a mouthful. Up to you now.
Madam Speaker, let me thank the honourable members from both sides of the House for their valuable comments and appreciation of this important bill. Because important it is, Madam Speaker. Important not only in its own right, but as a matter of national interest. And this is why I wish to put on record my appreciation to all the honourable members for their support of this bill. Madam Speaker, let it be clear, money laundering, terrorism financing and proliferation financing are not merely regulatory concerns. They are fundamentally matters of national security. Illicit financial flows fuel organized crime, sustain drug trafficking networks, entrench corruption, and in more severe instances, facilitate acts of terrorism or the proliferation of weapons of mass destruction. Madam Speaker, this bill is comprehensive in scope and transformational in effect. As we conclude our deliberations today, I will address the concerns raised and set out the safeguards, implementation roadmap, and expected outcomes of this legislation, placing these measures in both national and international contexts. And allow me to reassure the House that this important piece of legislation, amending no less than 23 pieces of legislation, reflects a structured and progressive legislative process, aligned with national and international obligations. This bill is a strategic response to an evolving global and economic environment. Since our removal from the FATF increased monitoring list in October 2021, the FATF standards and methodology have continued to evolve to meet increasingly sophisticated financial crimes and emerging risk. And ever since this government took place, we have been continuously assessing and updating our exposure to those risks. The Prime Minister just elaborated the work being done by the 16 competent authorities, by the core group, by the National Committee, by the Interministerial Committee, under the oversight of the Prime Minister himself and the Cabinet. The whole thing commenced with the publication of the National Risk Assessment Report in May 2025, which, let me remind the House, was due since 2022, as the NRA is meant to be published every 3 years, and the last one was published in 2019. In the 2025 NRA report, technical compliance gaps were identified to the FATF standards. Reforms to strengthen the AML-CFT framework in preparation for the ESAMLAG mutual evaluation were also announced as far back as the last budget 2025-2026. Works have been ongoing since then to ensure that the drafting of this bill as well as consultation has been going on. These processes give a clear indication that the work on preparation and readiness of the mutual evaluation never stopped. I say this, Madam Speaker, because during the past few months, it has been said repeatedly and publicly that Mauritius has been at major risk of going on the grey list, and the Prime Minister also referred to that. Not only was this narrative repeated over and over again, bringing or trying to bring our government to disrepute, as if we were sitting and doing nothing, but more gravely and more seriously, it has been putting the reputation of our country at risk, creating a fear factor and scaring investors. This has been nothing but irresponsible behavior. We must sustainably access evolving risk to keep our international financial center safe, secure, and reputable. These assessments inform our legislative amendments, which in turn provide necessary safeguards to our financial system. The 2025 NRA delivers a clear, actionable diagnosis. It identified risks or operational realities as recent high-profile investigations and asset seizures have shown. Whether through misuse of GBCs, complex trust structures, layering via cross-border transfers, or exploitation of cash-intensive sectors, the patterns of abuse demand faster, smarter, and more integrated responses. Madam Speaker, this government has been proactive. Not only have our regulatory authorities strengthened AML-CFT supervision and improved compliance culture among stakeholders, but we are also introducing the necessary changes ahead of the mutual evaluation to ensure that no sector under FATF purview remains exposed or under-supervised. These reforms are designed to ensure Mauritius aligns with international standards and is fully prepared for the forthcoming mutual evaluation. Madam Speaker, allow me now to address specific concerns raised during proceedings. Section 68A, investigative powers. Concerns were raised about the speed at which the Financial Crime Commission may request account information by email and the perceived removal of judicial oversight. It is important to emphasize that this measure is not a new unchecked power. The provision is carried forward from the repealed Asset Recovery Act. Before any request is made, the Commission must satisfy a three-part test. First, reasonable grounds to suspect criminal property. Second, that the information is of substantial value to the investigation. And third, that the request is in the public interest. These three statutory thresholds are meaningful safeguards designed to prevent arbitrary use of this power while enabling timely investigations into proceeds of crime. Section 56 FCC police investigation coordination. Questions were asked about potential overlap between the FCC and the Independent Police Complaints Commission and whether cross-investigations erodes independence. The framework already existed but has been strengthened to close gaps and bolster accountability. Cross-investigation protocols are designed precisely to avoid conflict of interest. The FCC investigates police officers to prevent police self-investigation, and the police investigate FCC officers where appropriate. This reciprocal arrangement preserves impartiality, protects integrity, and sustains public confidence. Property of corresponding value and protection of third parties. Concerns were raised that the definition of property of corresponding value might sweep in innocent third parties. The statute explicitly protects bona fide purchasers. Paragraphs in the definition exclude property held by bona fide third parties. The law is therefore targeted at knowing participants in financial crimes, not innocent third parties who acquire assets in good faith. The FCC guidelines, shall versus may. Concerns were expressed about the wording of the FCC guidelines using may while the statute uses shall. Let me clarify the matter to the Honourable Member on the other side of the House who has raised this concern. The statutory obligation remains binding. Legal persons shall put in place adequate procedures to prevent financial crime. Guidelines, by contrast, are illustrative and discretionary instruments. They outline acceptable means of compliance, reflect international best practice, and assist entities in designing risk-appropriate controls. The permissive language in guidance preserves flexibility for diverse businesses, while the shall in statute preserves the unambiguous legal duty to have effective procedures. Responsibility for sufficiency tests rests with the legal person. The guidelines are complementary tools, not substitute for the statutory body, for the statutory duty. Next, the declaration of asset valuation of works of art and digital assets. On valuation concerns for work of assets and digital assets, the Declaration of Assets Unit of the FCC has a mandate to monitor declarations to detect unexplained wealth, not to certify precise market values. Declarants are required to declare works of art exceeding 500,000 rupees, which balances proportionality and detection of high-value concealment. Where declarations raise red flags, cases will be referred to the FCC Investigation Division, which may engage specialist valuers through expressions of interest to establish market value and support further inquiry. Madam Speaker, concerns were also raised regarding the exemption from penalty payment in cases of voluntary declaration of asset under Section 10(3) of the Declaration of Asset Act. I believe there is merit in the concern raised, and I shall be coming forward with an amendment to that provision during the committee stage. The relevant provision regarding voluntary disclosure proposal will be amended to include 3 binding safeguards. First, a strict 6-month time-limited window for relief after the prescribed deadline. Second, exclusion of any person already under investigation for offences under the DOA Act from eligibility. And third, a one-time only application per declarant. So these measures preserve the incentive for timely compliance while offering limited controlled relief to genuine late filers or administrative oversight. Madam Speaker, with regard to the provision regarding cases to be dealt with, and I quote, D die in diem, I shall be coming forward with an amendment during committee stage to the effect that the Supreme Court and the Intermediate Court shall proceed expeditiously with the trials, if possible, D die in diem. In other words, it will be up to the courts to decide whether the hearing will be D die in diem. Regarding the concerns of administrative burden, the risk of over-reporting, and an increase in cost of compliance. Madam Speaker, I acknowledge the concerns raised regarding administrative burden and the potential complexity that may arise due to enactment of these amendments. I am myself a big champion of striking the right balance between regulatory compliance and ease of doing business. Too much compliance can undermine ease of doing business. However, let us be clear, the reputation of Mauritius has no price. The long-term benefits of strengthening our position as a credible and internationally recognized financial center will far outweigh any short-term compliance cost. This position is consistent with international best practice and recognizes the inherently low-risk and private nature of such structures. By adopting a targeted approach, we ensure that regulatory efforts remain focused where the risks are highest, rather than imposing blanket obligations that may unnecessarily burden legitimate and low-risk entities such as family offices. This not only alleviates compliance costs, but also preserves the competitiveness and attractiveness of our jurisdiction for investment.
I'm sorry, Minister, I'm sorry. It looks as if you've got quite a lot to go.
I do, yes. I mean,
So,
another 10 minutes maybe.
another 10 minutes? I don't think so. I think if you go through these pages, I hate to stop you, but c'est un peu inhumain aussi. Let us say we go until 7 o'clock, let's see. We will go until 7 o'clock, because we still, Minister, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Minister.
So let me focus on the amendments that will come on committee stage, because that I have to explain.
Yes, because we still have to go through committee stage.
Let me just do
and I have a statement, and then I also have people who will speak after adjournment.
So let me focus on explaining why we are proposing some amendments, right?
Because I think the most of what you have been saying, you said at the beginning, when you introduced the bill, it seems to me. Yes, come with the amendments.
Okay, so insurance brokers being licensed under Insurance Act fall within the statutory definition of a financial institution for the purposes of FIAMLA. The general insurance businesses do not fall under the definition of activities of financial institution as defined by FATF. As such, their inclusion in the AML-CFT framework is derived from the legislation itself. The existing definition does not sufficiently distinguish between life and non-life insurance activities. I shall therefore come up with an amendment during committee stage to remove these activities from the definition of financial institutions under FIAMLA. There was also a remark made by the Leader of the Opposition on unchecked powers of regulatory authorities under the bill, which I think it's important that we deal with. Hence, they are subject to, I would like to remind the House that the mentioned authorities are statutory bodies, and they're subject to judicial review, and so they have an obligation not to act in accordance with the provision enshrined in empowering legislation, but also reasonably and justly and in accordance with the law of natural justice.
Judiciously. That's the word.
Madam Speaker, the leader, on the opposition side, there was also a valuable suggestion made regarding motor vehicle dealers and leasing companies. The Prime Minister spoke about it. Just wanted to add that work is going on at our ministry level and at the Ministry of Commerce level and at the interministerial level. There's a committee working on that, and we will be coming with amendments to, with proposal to regulate this sector, which, as we all know, has been used or being used for anti-money laundering. Allow me to deal with two comments. One was the FATF being a colonial-style legacy, where countries are coerced into adopting these international rules by developed countries. It is important to emphasize that FATF standards apply universally. They are not directed at developing countries alone. Every jurisdiction, developed or developing, is subject to the same evaluation framework. In fact, many developed countries have themselves faced serious scrutiny and periods of enhanced monitoring, and there are various examples of countries that have been subjected to that: Iceland, Monaco, British Virgin Islands, etc. I would also like to respond to one important clarification. Let me find my papers. J'avais deux papiers là. There was also a comment made regarding the balance between direct tax and indirect tax. And it was said that it is not true that the offshore sector is the biggest tax contributor in Mauritius, and that is not true. What I had said in my speech, and I always repeat that, and that's proven by, that's actually in an economic assessment report done by the University of Mauritius, an economic impact assessment report done by the University of Mauritius last year, and which showed that 65% of corporate tax revenue in Mauritius comes from the financial services sector, and 34% of the revenue of PAYE revenue come from the financial services sector. So now one can argue that direct taxes, the balance of direct and indirect taxes, is not right in Mauritius. It is. I checked with a few other countries. We are quite aligned with that, with some countries. But I agree, and we have been campaigning on that VAT has too much of a burden in our country. And who pays VAT? It's the citizens, it's the people of the country. And we have campaigned on that the economic model or the fundamental model of our country is wrong. And for that, Madam Speaker, like for example in Mauritius, we pay 30% of our tax revenues are from direct tax revenue, from PAYE and corporate tax, and 53% is through indirect tax. Now, for us, of course, we want more direct tax and less pressure on the consumers, so less indirect tax. But how do we do that? We are a consumption-driven economy, and this is where we need to change the economic model. We need to come with a production-driven economy. We need more enterprises investing. We need more exporting. We need more jobs so companies can pay taxes and employees can pay taxes. That's how we can increase the direct taxes component and reduce the indirect taxes or VAT tax components. So, Madam Speaker, let me reassure the House that this legislative package is focused on clear practical goals and guiding principles. And let me skip that, Madam Speaker, because it's going to say again what I had said and many speakers have said. So in the interest of time, I will skip those.
I'm sure, Minister, there will be a lot of opportunity for you in the future to come back on the very important issues that obviously you would like to deal with. So today is the bill. We've circulated the amendments. Everybody's got the amendments? Yes.
Okay. So let me conclude, Madam Speaker, by saying that this government is being proactive by bringing the necessary changes before the next mutual evaluation, so as to ensure that no segment under the purview of the FATF remains exposed or under-supervised. And I respectfully urge the honourable members to support this bill. By doing so, we will strengthen the integrity of our financial system, protect our national security and public institutions, preserve investor confidence and our international standing, ensure that Mauritius remains a jurisdiction where legitimate commerce flourishes and criminals are denied refuge. In closing, let me reiterate our commitments. We will implement these reforms swiftly and transparently. We will resource and train our institutions. We will monitor outcomes and adapt where necessary, and we will cooperate fully with international partners to demonstrate measurable effectiveness. Madam Speaker, with this, I commend the bill to the House.
I need the bill, I need it to be seconded. Yes? You're seconding? Okay, Minister of Agriculture, seconding. Good. So I think the question is that we proceed with the second reading, right? Let me get it straight. I'm a bit lost myself. Okay, question is that the anti-money laundering, combating the financing of terrorism and countering proliferation financing, miscellaneous provisions bill be read a second time. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Committee stage. Clause 1, short title. Clause 2, Bank of Mauritius Act amended. Clause 3, Banking Act amended.
The question is that the clauses 1 to 3 stand part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Clause 4, Companies Act amended.
There's an amendment.
Madam Speaker, I move that Clause 4 be amended as per amendment circulated.
Okay, good. Nobody wants to speak. Very good. The question is that Clause 4 be amended as per amendment circulated. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The question is that Clause 4, as amended, stand parts of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Clause 5, Cooperatives Act amended.
The question is that Clause 5 stands part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Clause 6, Courts Act amended.
Yeah, there's an amendment.
Madam Speaker, I move that Clause 6 be amended as per the amendments circulated.
Okay, good. Question is that Clause 6 be amended as per amendments circulated. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The question is that Clause 6, as amended, stands part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Clause 7, Declaration of Assets Act amended.
Again, there's an amendment.
Madam Speaker, I move that Clause 7 be amended as per amendments circulated.
Okay, the question is that Clause 7 be amended as per amendment circulated. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Then the question is that clause 7, as amended, stands part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Clause 8, Environment Act 2024 amended.
The question is that clause 8 stands part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Clause 9, Financial Crimes Commission Act 2023 amended.
There's another amendment.
Madam Speaker, I move that clause 9 be amended as per amendment circulated.
Yes. The question is that clause 9 be amended as per amendment circulated. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The question is that clause 9 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Clause 10, Financial Intelligence and Anti-Money Laundering Act amended.
Yes, another amendment.
Madam Speaker, I move that clause 10 be amended as per amendment circulated.
The question is that clause 10 be amended as per amendment circulated. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Question is that clause 10 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Clause 11, Financial Reporting Act amended. Clause 12, Financial Services Act amended. Clause 13, Foundations Act amended. Clause 14, Gambling Regulatory Authority Act amended. Clause 15, Income Tax Act amended. Clause 16, Mauritius Revenue Authority Act amended. Clause 17, National Payment Systems Act amended. Clause 18, Real Estate Authority Act 2020 amended. Clause 19, Registration of Associations Act amended. Clause 20, Trusts Act amended. Clause 21, United Nations Financial Prohibitions, Arms Embargo and Travel Ban Sanctions Act amended. Clause 22, Value-Added Tax Act amended. Clause 23, Companies, Beneficial Owner, Percentage of Shares, Regulations 2019 amended. Clause 24, Registration of Associations, Regulation 1979 amended.
Question is that clauses 11 to 24 stand part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
First schedule.
Yes, there's an amendment.
Madam Speaker, I move that the first schedule be amended as per amendment circulated.
The question is that the first schedule be amended as per amendment circulated. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The question is the first schedule as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Second
schedule. Question is that the second schedule stands part. I'm sorry. Second schedule. I'm sorry.
Second schedule.
Okay. The question is that the second schedule stands part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Title and enacting clause.
The question is that the title and enacting clause stand part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The question is that I do report to the House. Honourable Bhagwan, may I finish? Yes. Thank you. The question is that I do report to the House that the Anti-Money Laundering, Combating the Financing of Terrorism and Counterfeiting, Proliferation, Financing, Miscellaneous Provisions Bill number 3 of 2026 has passed the committee stage with amendments. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The question is that I do report to the House. No, I'm sorry. Now, honourable members, please resume your seats. You've already done so. Honourable members, thank you for resuming your seats so early. Honourable members, I have to report to the House that the Anti-Money Laundering, Combating the Financing of Terrorism and Counterfeiting Proliferation Financing Miscellaneous Provisions Bill number 3 of 2026 has passed the committee stage with amendments.
Third reading.
Yes.
Speaker, I move that the Anti-Money Laundering, Combating the Financing of Terrorism and Countering Proliferation Financing Miscellaneous Provisions Bill number 3 of 2026 be read a third time and passed.
Yes, it has to be seconded. Yes, again. Thank you. The question is, I am going to repeat that. It's a very long one. The question is that the Anti-Money Laundering, Combating the Financing of Terrorism and Countering Proliferation Financing Miscellaneous Provisions Bill number 3 of 2026 be read the third time and passed. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Statement by Minister.
Yes, Honourable CQN.
Speaker, with your permission, I would like to make a statement to the House in regard to the issue raised at the sitting of Tuesday, 24th of March 2026 by the Honourable Leader of the Opposition during my reply to the P&Q, more precisely the contract allocated to the supply of fuel oil used by the CB. Given the strict obligations as per the contract on both the State Trading Corporation and the supplier to maintain confidentiality over all documents and information exchanged in connection with the contract, unless prior written consent is obtained, same had to be sold. I am pleased to inform the House that the supplies agreement has now been obtained to share the document as it is for transparency purposes. I am therefore tabling a copy of the agreement between the State Trading Corporation and Sahara Energy Resource Limited. It is important to note that this government is dedicated to fostering transparency and accountability, a shift from the previous administration approach, which did not emphasize the tabling of contracts for public awareness. The current emphasis on transparency is crucial for maintaining public trust and ensuring that all stakeholders are informed of government action. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you so much. Yes, Honourable Minister of Housing.
Madam Speaker,
Adjournment.
I move for the adjournment of the House to Tuesday, the 21st of April 2026 at 11:30 a.m.
Good. The House stands adjourned. Okay, adjournment matter.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Tonight I raise a concern about Rodrigues' rising cost of living, which is worsening due to price increases felt in the local market. I address this issue to the Honourable Minister of Commerce and Consumer Protection. Basic products and items have seen noticeable price hikes, forcing families to drastically adjust their budgets and in some cases to make tough choices and sacrifices about spending priorities. It's not a question of stock availability, but high freight rate. Now, Speaker, I seize this opportunity to urge the Honourable Minister to advocate for government's compassionate response to the challenges Rodrigues' population faces. I humbly ask for remedial measures grounded in the people's needs to be continuously considered, and maybe in the coming budget exercise, knowing that there is the price stabilization structure, subsidy on some essential goods, and maximum price system for some controlled products that should be extended and reviewed. I believe we have to go the extra mile to alleviate the expenses of Rodrigues consumers. Coût la vie plus cher dans Rodrigues, à nous soulage pouvoir d'achat bonne famille. To conclude, Madam Speaker, I urge the Honourable Minister to engage with local stakeholders to initiate an inquiry to understand in detail the impact of the high cost of living on different aspects of Rodrigues resident lives, especially vulnerable families and our youngsters. And I thank you.
Thank you so much.
Madam Speaker, I wish to inform the House that my ministry is already working on a new list of products to be subsidized.
Thank you.
It will be
Yes,
for Mauritius and Rodrigues.
And Rodrigues. Thank you. Honourable Bichu.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I will seek your indulgence for this issue, which is addressed to both the Honourable Minister of ICT and the Minister of Commerce, who is in charge of consumer protection. Madam Speaker, currently prepaid data package users of Mighty buy data packages which has a fixed validity, duration of its validity. It can be daily, weekly, or monthly, or even more. However, after the balance, the credit, is over, the mobile service provider recklessly stops the data package instantly. All of a sudden, a mobile user has no means of communication. He is deprived of his data connection despite being valid. Consequently, he has no internet connection to log on to any online recharge platforms like Juice, Tag, Mighty Money to recharge his or her balance. This is ridiculously unreasonable, Madam Speaker. Therefore, I would request both the Honourable Minister of ICT and the Minister of Commerce in charge of consumer protection to make sure that this deceitful practice ends. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you very much.
Madam Speaker, I thank the Honourable Member for having raised that issue. But if when we are driving a car, if petrol gets over, the car breaks down immediately. So I believe that while we are using this mobile device, whether we have a fixed contract or a contract of determined time, there is a moment where it will lapse. There are notifications that are sent,
Yes.
and there also is an SOS service available that will give you additional credit for which you can pay later. But having said that, I will confirm this latter statement and revert on this. As far as I remember, Madam Speaker, that service is available because we are very well conscious of the fact that people may need connection at some point in time, and at times it can be really in very urgent cases. So I will check that second statement and I will revert, Honourable Member. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you very much, everybody. Enjoy your evening.